and Ron Cayley from the Cheyenne area. He is our new vice chair. So we'd like to welcome those folks and myself to those new positions. This is a joint meeting with the Select Water Committee, the Legislative Select Water Committee, made up of state representatives and senators from across the state, and with the Water Development Commission, which are volunteers from across the state. And together we're meeting today to review water project proposals and help our state move forward. So that's our purpose here today. We'd like to welcome the audience. Thank you for driving a great distance to join us. And of course, those on Zoom, we appreciate your attendance also. We like to thank the staff for putting together all the great materials that help us do our job. So with that, I'd like to call a meeting to order, and we should all stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very good. Next, we'd like to take roll call, first of the Water Development Commission and then of the Select Water Committee.
Commissioner Choma? Here. Commissioner Craig? Excused. Commissioner Glick? He'll be excused as well. Commissioner Lawson? Here. Commissioner Little? Here. Commissioner Suker?
Here.
Secretary Lisa Ansami Dalton, I'm here. Vice Chairman Ron Cayley? Here. Chairman Mark Cotton?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next, we'll hear the roll call from the Select Water Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Representative Evan Simpson. I'm the chair of the Select Water Committee. I welcome my committee, who are representatives and senators from around the state. Abigail, would you please offer the roll call for us?
Senator Boner. Senator Driscoll. Here. Senator French. Here. Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Steinmetz.
Here.
Representative Banks. Representative Eklund.
Here.
Representative Larson. Representative Nyman.
Here.
Representative Paxton.
Here.
Vice Chairman Hicks. Chairman Simpson.
Here.
We have a quorum of both bodies of the joint meeting today. So with that, we would like to ask, are there any amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to amend the agenda to add the Eden Valley Irrigation District, the Farson Lateral 2022 under item 8 on construction contingency funds.
There's been a motion and a second to add the Farson project to item 8, construction contingency funds. Is there any discussion on that? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next is the approval of the minutes. I'm open for a motion to approve the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept the minutes from the January 15th, 16th, 2022 workshop and meeting. And what? Oh, March, I'm sorry. March 15th, 16th.
Second?
There's been a motion and a second to approve both the March 15th and 16th minutes. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing no discussion, we'll entertain a vote. I guess, yeah. Aye. All those in favor, say aye. I'm sorry.
Aye.
Motion, those opposed, same sign. I'm assuming nobody's going to oppose anything, so I omitted that. Motion carried, and we'll move on to the next item. Planning project closeouts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask that George Mosier come down, Project Manager of the Water Development Office. Go ahead, George.
Thank you, members of Select Water Committee and the Water Development Commission. My name is George Mosier, and I'm a project manager in the Planning Division of the Water Development Office. For your consideration today in tab B is a closeout memo for a Torrington groundwater grant project. Just as a reminder, groundwater grant projects are not projects that require project-specific legislation, but instead are something where the sponsor for the project comes to the table with 25% of the funds. So it starts looking somewhat more like a construction project. This particular project was to drill a well for Torrington, and the well ended up being completed from about 170 to 120 feet below ground surface. The well was ultimately tested at rates up to 2,400 gallons per minute, and they were hoping to find something in the neighborhood of 1,500 gallons per minute. So successful project for them. Of concern and kind of steering the future of this project, they did have some concerns with nitrates as well as some silica issues. I think their plan for the future is to do some on-site treatment and provide them some flexibility with their system as far as creating a redundant supply if some of their wells should go down. So this project, I believe they are anticipating level 3 funding. They're already kind of starting that project in order to tie this in with the system. If there are any questions generally about the groundwater grant project for Torrington, I'm open to any questions.
Are there any questions regarding the Torrington project? Yes, Commissioner Cayley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The results of nitrates actually have been fairly variable, and that's been a difficulty for the team in trying to identify at what rates they can pump and perhaps stay below the 10 milligram per liter MCL. They ultimately, I think, have figured out that they really just need some sort of on-site treatment in order to deal with that. They do have some flexibility with their existing treatment system, with the reverse osmosis system in order to try to address some of those issues. So they have a plan for that. They had hoped that it would come in below MCL, and unfortunately it didn't.
Are there further questions regarding the Torrington project? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move we accept the Torrington groundwater well ground exploration grant.
We have a motion from Commissioner Little and a second from Commissioner Cayley to accept the closeout memo for the Torrington well project. Is there any further discussion regarding that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next project planning closeout is the Lower Shishon Watershed Study Level 1. I would mention at the end of each closeout, there's a proposed WWC motion for your consideration. Some of these are a little more unique than others, so.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission and the Select Water Committee. My name is Mike Robertson. I'm a project manager with the Planning Division.
And today I'm going to be presenting the closeout memo for the Lower Shishon Watershed Study Level 1. And this study area was primarily in the Bighorn County and includes the towns of Lovell, Byron, Cowley, Deaver, and Franny. The appropriation for this study was $231,000, and that was received during the 2020 legislative session. The consulting firm hired to complete the study was Biota Research and Consulting. The original contract amount was for $230,690, and it was fully expended during the study. The Shishon Conservation District requested the funding for this from the commission to conduct this study and prepare a watershed management plan for the Lower Shishon River watershed. And one of their main concerns was to try and reduce problems with high sediment loads in their irrigation, diversion, and conveyance systems. As with all watershed studies, there was an inventory of existing resources, including compiling information on water, soils, climate, fish and wildlife habitat, and water and energy infrastructure. The study also provided an analysis of land use, surface water, groundwater availability, rangeland conditions, and water infrastructure. The report includes a detailed description of each of these and an extensive set of maps of all of these resources. Although there were some difficulties early on trying to conduct scoping meetings due to COVID, the consultant was still able to work effectively with the community and individual landowners to identify 81 potential water projects, including irrigation and drainage system improvements and rehabilitation, water storage opportunities, stream channel restoration, and upland livestock or wildlife water projects. The majority of these projects did have reconnaissance level designs and cost estimates developed. There's quite a bit of irrigation in this watershed with 8 irrigation districts and water users associations reliant on the water from the Lower Shishon River, which supplies water to over 53,000 acres of irrigated land through over 630 miles of conveyances. A total of 47 projects were identified related to irrigation operations, and most fit into the categories of water conveyance efficiency, operational efficiency, reduction in erosion, reducing seepage, and expanding operations. There were also 4 specific projects identified relating to reducing channel incision and erosion in the Shishon and its tributaries, and those should help identify with reducing sediment contributions, and several best management practices were also identified that can address the issues at a larger scale. One specific structure that was identified as having problems related to the high sediment loads is the Big Fork diversion, which supplies irrigation to over 800 acres, as well as the Yellowtail Wildlife Habitat Management Area. A detailed conceptual plan was presented for this diversion to facilitate passing the high sediment and also reduce maintenance efforts. And this design could be modified to work with similar head gates throughout the watershed. Overall, this study should provide a valuable resource to the Conservation District for many years and has helped identify several projects that should be eligible for small water program funding and help contribute to improved watershed conditions going forward. The recommendation of the office is that we recommend acceptance of the final report submittals and supporting funding of small water projects on a case-by-case basis, and the continued planning of conventional projects. And the commission proposed motion is, I move acceptance of the Lower Shishon Watershed Study Level 1 project report as being complete. And further, the commission makes the following findings relative to this project: that the commission recommend proceeding to the next level of project development upon submittal of an appropriate funding application to the sponsor. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question. Based on this irrigation, what is the latest use of this? And I know there's some uses. Is there any crop going off of this, or correctly raised land, or what is the major? Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of crops. I mentioned there's several irrigation districts that were incorporated into the watershed study. So it looked at the entire watershed and kind of incorporated all of these, all of the stakeholders, and there are a number of crops involved as well. So Well, I mean, primarily grains, yeah. There are beets as well, in this watershed, so, but I don't, yeah. I'd have to do a little bit more research to get you a good answer on that, though, if you wanted some more detail.
Excuse me, one more time. Are there further questions regarding the Lower Shishon project? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the project?
Mr. Chairman, I move acceptance of the Lower Shoshone Watershed Study Level 1 project report as being complete, and further, the Water Development Commission makes the following findings relative to this project. That the commission recommend proceedings to the next level of project development upon the submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor.
Thank you, Commissioner Suker. Is there a second to that motion? And Commissioner Choma has seconded that. Basically, the motion is to accept the Lower Watershed Level 1 project and approve it for going to the next level. Is there any further discussion regarding that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next project closeout and the last one is South End Water Users. And we have Keith Clary with our planning division here. Button on the right.
Good morning. This is the closeout memo for the South End Water, Mr. Chairman, South End Water Users Improvement and Service District near Cowley, Wyoming. And it was appropriated, legislation was 2020 and 142,000. The consulting engineer was Prior Mountain Engineering Incorporated out of Cowley. The original contract was for $141,163. The final contract amount was $141,000, $96.94. The contract savings amount was $66.06. South End Water Users is a small rural district in the Bighorn Basin, adjacent to the town of Cowley, and the district serves approximately 57 taps and approximately 155 Bighorn County residents. The town supplied from an artesian well from the town of Cowley, so it's in the groundwater system, and it's located northeast of the town. The district system operates 39,100 feet of 6-inch PVC line and approximately 13,500 feet of 4-inch PVC line. The study commenced in April 2020. The final report was submitted electronically in February 2022, and the deliverables were received in April of 2022. The following items are the items that were identified during the course of this level 2 study. It's on the second page. The northwest loop, there's new 6-inch PVC pipeline. There's lane 9 extension, which is another one that has 6 miles of new inch PVC line. The cost estimate for the lane 8 extension was constructing a new 6-inch pipeline along the lane 8 and connecting back to the town of Cowley system. The cost estimate for the west end tie-in includes connecting to the surface water supplied Shoshone Municipal Pipeline, which runs along Highway 14A, and this provides as a backup supply to provide water to the towns of Beaver and Lovell, both those in case of emergency. The water tank in Cowley, the recommendation was to raise the level of the elevation of the waters to increase the pressure throughout the zone. And then also increase the pressure at the pressure reducing valve to increase the pressure. And also just general flushing and general maintenance to reduce old age water in the system. So the total of all level 2 recommended system improvements would be approximately 7.6 million over time. The public meeting was held on the February 3rd this year. The reports are online, available online at the Word system. And so the district relies totally on their system of transmission pipelines to supply water from the town of Cowley to the entire district, which is adjacent to it. So the WWDO recommends proceeding to the next level of project development upon submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor. And then the proposed motion is below. So I'll try to answer the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Clary. Thank you, Mr. Clary. Are there any questions from the commission regarding this project? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move acceptance of the South End Water Users Improvement and Service District Transmission Level 2 Project Report as being complete. And further, the WWDC makes the following findings relative to this project. First, that the commission recommend proceeding to level 3 of the project development upon the submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor. Second, based on the findings of the final report, the project is determined to be in the public interest. And finally, the project functions and services cannot realistically be provided by any person, association, or corporation engaged in private enterprise.
Second that motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner and Lisa Anselmi Dalton, and a second by Commissioner Suker. The motion is to accept the South End Water Users Improvement District project. If there are no further, is there further discussion regarding this project? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clary. Moving down the agenda, planning project amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've got 4 planning amendments. 2 of them are for time extensions only, and then we have a couple that include funds as well. So when we get done, I'll point out if we need a motion from both Select Water Committee and the Commission. So the first one is it's amendment number 2, and I'm sorry, this is under tab C. This is amendment number 2 to the Big Wind River Storage Level 2 Phase 2 study. And we've been working on this for a number of years, looking at different alternatives. A lot of work has gone into the hydrologic modeling because this involves bighorn adjudication, and water rights are extremely complicated. So that took more time than originally thought. This is very similar to the Little Wind Storage Project, which we talked about several times last fall, and that was in the omnibus planning bill. So the Big Wind, we've identified where the shortages are, and the majority of the shortages are located off reservation, so down Riverton, LeClaire, Mid-Vale country. And the reservoir sites that we've looked at, and the ones that look to be most applicable and easiest to permit, are actually on the reservation. So that presents some potential complications. And so we want some additional time to go talk with the potential beneficiaries downstream as well as some more with the tribal entities to see what that partnership could look like, if it makes sense to move forward, where the funding would come from and things of that nature. The few shortages that are on reservation, it would appear that the majority of them can be handled by irrigation system improvements. And they do have a recent application into NRCS to try to take care of those and work with the NRCS program for funding. So with that, we're looking to extend the existing contract deadline from May 31st of this year to December 31st of 2023. With that, I'd ask if you have any questions or your favorable consideration of this amendment. And this would only need to be considered by WWDC because it's time only.
Okay. Are there any questions regarding the amendment? Hearing none, do we have a motion to accept this amendment? There's been a motion. Is there a second? Second. Commissioner Little made the motion. Commissioner Cayley made the second. And that is to approve the Big Wind River Storage Level 2 Phase 2 Study Amendment Number 2. Is there further questions regarding this amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Hearing no opposition, motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The second amendment for your consideration is for the Little Wind River Storage Level 2 Phase 2 study. Again, as I just mentioned, this was under consideration through the omnibus bill. Again, with the additional hydrologic work that had to be done, we needed to use some of that original funding to complete that. Therefore, we've asked for an additional $150,000 to complete field work in the form of some geotechnical investigation, aquatic resources, wetland delineation type work, and cultural resources work. So we can get that to a point if we can determine if we want to move forward with planning or permitting, I'm sorry. So on this one, we're asking for an additional $150,000 and to extend the contract deadline from, again, May 31st of this year to December 31st of next year, 2023. So with that, I would ask if there's any questions, and this one also needs to be approved by the Select Water Committee because it involves funding.
Senator Driscoll.
I guess the question I have is, why wasn't it included in the original? And I look at it, and I'm not opposed to it. This seems to me how did they get overlooked?
So, Mr. Chairman, what occurred was in the level 2 phase 1, we had a consultant on board that completed a state mod hydrologic model to try to capture everything that's going on hydrologically within the Little Wind River Basin. And that involves water rights, conveyance efficiencies, applications efficiencies, return flow patterns, stream gauge. I mean, it's a very robust hydrologic model. And when we finished with that, we felt pretty good about it. But as we started level 2, phase 2, we went back and checked that again. We actually hired a different consultant going into the phase 2 project, which is slightly abnormal. Because I guess we wanted to change I guess that's the easiest explanation. So with that, we had a different modeling group come in, and we sat down again with the Tribal Water Engineers Office as well as the Division 3 staff, and felt like we needed to make some changes to better represent what occurred in the Bighorn adjudication. And that gets into 1868 tribal rights and Walton rights and volumes instead of standard duty of water. It's a lot different than what you see around the state. So we felt like we needed to go back, and that additional effort took away from the field effort. So we needed to come back and replace that funding.
Thank you, Deputy Director Mead. Are there further questions regarding the Little Wind River Storage project? Hearing none, we entertain a motion to accept this project.
Mr. Chairman, move to accept the amendment to the Little Wind River Storage Project with an additional $150,000 and time extension.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Cayley, for making the motion, and Commissioner Anselmi Dalton for seconding the project. And that second is for the Little Wind River Storage Level 2 Phase 2 Study Amendment Number 2. Is there further discussion regarding this amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Same sign. Hearing none, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman. Okay, Select Water Committee members, let's talk about our motion then. So we are a legislative committee, which means we're an oversight committee overseeing the commission's work. So there will be many motions made today on their side that will be advancing projects within their program. And so it's inappropriate for us to be voting on that type of an action. That's just their responsibility and their job. But we will be asked to recommend approval on the items that affect dollar amounts in the contracts. So every time that there's a dollar amount affected, we'll call for a motion. And the motion is not to approve. The motion needs to be to recommend approval back to the commission. Basically, it's giving our blessing that we concur with the way they're expending the funds. So any motion you make is going to be a recommendation to approve that particular project. So with that said, is there a motion on this project?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Eklund.
I would move that we approve this change, monetary change made by the commission.
Is there a second?
Second.
Senator Driscoll, we forgot your way down on the other end. We acknowledge you, even though I'm looking this direction. There's a motion and a second to approve this amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion passes.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson. Just a note, Commissioner Craig is here virtually, and if Commissioner Craig needs to turn on his camera, just if he wants to be part of the visual meeting. Oh, okay.
The opportunity, Chairman, I don't have a camera.
We respect that.
Look, the little black box.
Okay, great. Next, we have the Douglas test well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. George Mosier again with the Water Development Office. For your consideration this morning is an Amendment 3 to the Douglas Test Well Level 2 study. This particular project began in 2017 and quite frankly has been a protracted process of trying to secure land access from the ranch where the most feasible hydrogeologic site is located. Also joining me today in the audience, if you do have more specific questions, are Ben Jordan of Weston Engineering, who's our consultant on this project, as well as Josh Oberlander from the City of Douglas. Simply, what we are looking for here with this contract amendment is to extend the time period for the contract another 6 months. The current contract expires at the end of this calendar year. We have just very recently, within the last week, obtained signed easement and access from the ranch, so that's really good news. But our hope is to be a little bit proactive in front of you with securing another 6 months. The concern is that even if we hit the ground running right now today, drilling a well, suitable testing procedures and preparation of a final report would be a really tight deadline to meet. So it seems like another 6 months would probably be safe in order to accommodate that. This third amendment then would extend the contract to June 30th of next year.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Are there any questions regarding this project? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to accept the time extension on Douglas test well.
Thank you, Commissioner Little and Commissioner Suker for your motion and second. And that would be for the Douglas Test Well Level 2 Study Amendment Number 3. Is there further discussion regarding this amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, the next amendment for your consideration is the Prell Irrigation District Rehabilitation Level 2 Phase 2, Amendment Number 5. And we're going to have a short presentation by Pete Rausch with RESPEC, and he'll explain what the amendment's all about. We've heard quite a few updates from him in the past on how this is proceeding, so I'll hand it over to Pete here.
All right. Thank you, Director, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone, members of the commission. Sorry. Oh, thanks. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm Pete Rausch, engineer with RESPEC and project manager for the Laparelle project. Trying to join the meeting here so I can present. So I need permission to present.
It says you've disabled screen sharing. Okay.
Okay, I think we're good. Well, we provided an update to the commission in March, but we haven't updated the Select Water Committee since we had the tour in August. And so some of this might be a little redundant, just a quick recap on what we had done in 2021, but for the benefit of the Select Water Committee, we'll give a brief overview of that. Of course, where we were beginning 2021, about this time actually, we had gone through the evaluating concepts for taking care of the Laparelle Dam, and it concluded that our most feasible option would be a new roller compacted concrete dam constructed just downstream of the existing one. And so our work last year was really focused on advancing the design of that option to about appraisal level. So it really kicked off. Main first task was geotechnical investigation. We actually started this right after we had the tour. Drillers mobilized that Sunday. And drilled nine different boreholes out on the site, mainly trying to characterize the area that would be the foundation of the new dam. Interesting in getting access up the creek to get to that new foundation area. But the drilling went great. The drillers finished under budget and ahead of schedule, wrapped that up and demobilized on October 11th, which was perfect timing because we had the winter storm on the 12th and 13th that shut down the state. About the time of the tour, we were in the middle of also collecting LiDAR that was our second phase of putting together bathymetric survey of the reservoir, really understanding what is the volume of the reservoir out there today. And we also did a high-quality LiDAR scan of the west canyon wall, which will be the west abutment of the new dam. Not only this LiDAR scan, really understanding the geology and how things are laid out, but also had geologists rappel down the canyon wall in that area. And all this came together as we put the design together, the appraisal level design. And just in March of this year, had our draft documents of that design put together for review. And we came out of that, some refinements to where the concept was, especially in make sure we accommodate, big thing with this is the probable maximum flood, being, designing this to handle that and, safely pass that through downstream. And of course, the other big thing that came out of this was an update to our cost estimate and bringing that forward from where we were last looked at that in 2020 to 2022. Of course, inflation was a major factor in bringing that forward. But where we came to was an estimate of 87 million with a confidence ranging from 60 million up to 112. We've got some ongoing work right now, working to do a site-specific seismic hazard analysis. Some work had been done by the Bureau at Guernsey and at Pathfinder, but in reviewing that information, found that really this site deserves its own specific study. So that's ongoing, and along with that is taking a look at a fault that runs right through the area, making sure that we really understand characteristics of that and accommodate that with the design. In the meantime, the State Engineer's Office is also in the early stages of working through a risk assessment project in really looking at how to manage the existing dam and carry that forward. And so what we're talking about today is this Amendment 5 to really keep the project moving. And I'll give some details about what we plan to do with that. This is just looking at the main tasks here, of course, project management carrying forward, but the big ones being site characterization, design analysis, and starting our environmental investigations. So I'll touch on each of these in a little more detail. Again, more geotechnical drilling and investigation, geophysical surveys out there, where last year we had really targeted with the foundation what would be the upstream and downstream ends of the dam. This year we're focusing more on what would be the center line of the top of the dam. And with that, we intend to get a drill rig up onto that West Canyon wall and hit a couple boreholes there to make sure we've got that well characterized. Also looking at a couple borings down where we anticipate a scour hole that would happen during a probable maximum flood. Understand what the alluvium is like there. And then the last piece is exploring 2 different areas for potential construction materials where we would, if the material is suitable and of enough quantity, develop a quarry for the construction that would go into concrete for the dam. We'll also be revisiting our structural model, computer model of the dam, and updating that with the seismic data that we are working on right now, and evaluate how well does the design stand up to the design earthquake. What may come out of that is, right now, what we've been looking at is a dam with a straight alignment across the valley. That may result in actually arching that a little bit to provide strength to withstand an earthquake. And then the other big piece here is, once we've kind of settled what that design looks like, then constructing a physical scale model of this proposed dam in a big lab to be able to evaluate a wide range of floods, but especially the big ones, really evaluate stability, and with the spillways and how they direct, the really big floods, where does that go in the canyon? How does that propagate a scour hole, and understand all that so we can plan ahead with anything there. Last piece really being initiating the environmental investigations, looking at threatened and endangered species, which we have started some of that, but really starting to look at everything out there, and of course delineating wetlands and assessing their function, as well as a cultural resources survey, and likely starting to look at documenting the dam itself. So that's really the update of and what we've done the last year, where we're at right now, and where we hope to take this with the amendment. So happy to answer any questions if you have them.
So Mr.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to add on to that. So the amendment number 5 would add 2.395 Well, $2,395,600, and then extend the contract deadline as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Suker.
I have a question. I think it's probably towards Jason. But our original contract amount is what? When we wrote the contract, it was, is it 5 million? Are we at the end of our amendments, or how is this schedule? How is this deprived in the contract for the amendments that are taking place today? Do we have a total, in other words, for the total engineering?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with this additional funding, the total would be $5,298,200. And that extends back quite a ways to the original 2019 contract, which I think was a level 2 study. Is that
That's right.
correct?
And what was that value?
Well, we had, the original study was 290,000. Then we amended for an additional 708,200. This is all on page number 1.
Yeah, I
of the
see
actual
that.
amendment.
But so original scope within the contract, so these are all addendums to the contract, or additional costs for the project, correct?
That's right.
That's
As we
what you're
added
saying.
scope, as we got to a certain point, we
Okay.
decided, okay, now we're
And
gonna
was
take
the
the next step.
contract provision made for that?
Mr. Chairman,
that to develop?
I believe additional scope was added
Okay.
each time, yes.
That's my question. Thank you.
Chairman Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Mead, is this 2.3 million going to come out of the construction contingency that we've set aside for you?
Mr. Chairman, no, this would come out of the planning.
Contingency?
And I can't remember exactly which year this was appropriated, but it's already appropriated to this project. I believe it was in 2021. There was 4.3 million appropriated to this planning effort.
Thank you.
And we've kind of taken it off in pieces as we've learned more and added to the contract.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Are there further questions for either Director Mead or Mr. Rauch?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Boner.
actually, it's
Okay, thanks. You got at least two. First, I have to ask about the Archaeological Survey. You mentioned the dam itself being a potential, registered on some historic, but how does that work if it's gonna, I assume that'd be mostly underwater. What's the plan with the current dam? Or is it gonna remain intact? What's the plan there, and how could it possibly be? Why are we, I guess, assessing its historic, significance if it's not gonna be accessible?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thanks for the question. The idea would be that, as far as we know, it has not been evaluated before, but is likely to qualify for registry. And the idea of documenting it would be, really inventorying, documenting it all in advance of, it would eventually, one way or another, go away, be underwater. And the plan for that generally is that the existing dam will have to be decommissioned to some extent. And we haven't settled just how extensive that would be, but at a minimum, it will have to be able to pass any floods through it without failing or impacting the existing dam. And so we have yet to address all the details on what happens to the existing dam, but it will have to be decommissioned to some extent.
Okay, and then follow, obviously this gets into the cost, it's gonna be an expensive project, so I just hope that, we aren't doing unnecessary work. And I have my own opinions about the usefulness of the National Historic Preservation Act. They're probably coloring that question in particular. I just encourage you to make sure that we aren't doing things that aren't gonna be perceived by the public as being particularly beneficial to the public. And that'd be one that I'd identify as such. So just a comment there I have to make. And also, since we're talking about the cost, maybe this is one for Director Mead. I have to ask also, what is the update? I know we're pursuing federal funds. Can you give us a status update for the actual construction of the dam? And also, I just want to know, anytime we're talking about federal funds in particular, what are the potential strings that might be attached to those federal funds, if we have any inclination, what those may or may not be, if you could answer that, Mr. Mead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner. So I've had contact with the folks in DC constantly, trying to figure out what the conditions of those funds are. What I've heard back is that the solicitor for reclamation has been talking with the leadership for reclamation to determine how they're going to interpret, I guess, the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, and that 100 million that we think is for the Carry Act project, which we believe is for this project. So I keep hearing end of next week, end of next week, end of next week. So I don't have an update at this point. We're hopeful that they will potentially be able to pay retroactively for some of the work that we're continuing forward with. That's kind of a struggle we've had within our office, is to figure out, do we keep moving forward? Do we hold things up? If we don't continue to move forward now, we're going to lose a season with the geotechnical investigation phase 2. So we've determined, based on what we've heard from folks and during the legislative session, that, hey, we need to take care of this issue. So I don't have a firm answer from reclamation on that funding yet. I would anticipate there could be some federal strings attached, such as Davis-Bacon wages, Buy American Steel, things of that nature. I don't know that yet, because as we saw with ARPA Direct, some of those strings were not attached. So again, we're kind of just waiting for the federal solicitors to provide us that information.
And Paul, tell I've been hearing some feedback from my constituents. So there's nothing that would possibly encumber the actual property rights of those using the water from the dam, right? It's just the strings attached should be associated directly with the construction itself. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, I would assume so. I have not heard anything to that effect.
Okay, well, look forward to hearing something when you hear something. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Questions either for the interim director or Mr. Rauch?
Mr. Chairman, I guess a question I have, I think originally we started on the Prell route when they noticed some rocks might jar loose and hit the dam at the present site. The pictures indicated that we won't have cliffs above or rocks above the new dam site. I'm curious, I'm just hoping we can do away with any rocks that might jar loose in an earthquake or whatever, but is it above that rim, the new site?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, the specific boulders that raised our concern at the beginning of all this, the new dam would be downstream from those, so not so much in play. But we went through, we got far enough in that project identifying potential hazards, and yeah, the new dam, it will still have significant amount of that cliff up above it yet, and some of those hazards. But before really getting into construction, one part of that would certainly be to go out and remove loose rocks that could impact construction, impact the dam in the future, in advance of really getting too far down the road.
I believe if that completes that question, or is there further questions there?
Mr. Chairman.
Someone had a question. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, I'm going to take off where Senator Boner left off. I'm a little concerned with this budget, and let me see if I can explain why and maybe get some explanation of it. My concern is when we looked at the proposed tax that include cultural, environmental, wetlands, archaeology, and all of that information, I have no idea what that's going to cost. My concern is it seems like that we're approaching this project like it's a new project and going to have to go through a full-blown environmental impact statement. The wetlands are not going to change. The service area doesn't change. Nothing changes. And so I'm concerned, without looking to see what this detailed budget is for all of these cultural and environmental studies that we're going to pay for, may be above and beyond what's actually required. So my question would be to the director is what discussion have we had with the Army Corps? This is a replacement structure. Service area doesn't change. Volume of water doesn't change. Nothing changes other than a replacement dam. And so the discussion with the Corps is what regarding permitting of the new dam? Is it assumed to be EA level decision? Or is that discussion occurred? Are we going to go through a determination of least damaging practical alternatives? Where are we at, Jason, with the discussion on the Corps? Because I think that predicates all of my other concerns with doing an extensive amount of additional, what I would say, extra studies on this that may not be necessary.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, you're using way too much common sense. We've talked to the Corps originally about, this seems like it could be a Cat X. It's more or less maintenance. That might have been a little bit of a stretch, but if not that, then an environmental assessment, but hopefully not an environmental impact statement. So I know, and I'll let Pete talk, they've just recently met with the Corps again. That's not the second time. We've had several meetings with one of their project manager over there. And I think some of the information that needs to be collected will help them determine what level of NEPA we're going to have to go through. Yes, it's a rehabilitation or a reconstruction of a dam, but we are moving downstream. Not very far, but again, we have to look at those additional impacts. The surface area will be slightly different just because we're downstream. What are we impacting for aquatic habitat downstream, as well as some of the SHPO stuff and things like that. So I'll let Pete maybe expand upon that with your recent discussions.
Yeah, thanks, Director Mead. Mr. Chairman, met with Corps yesterday, actually, and discussed this specifically. At this point, the level of environmental assessment ultimately required will be driven by funding sources. But as Director Mead indicated, conversations to date, it's likely that this being a relatively minor change, it might be environmental, an EA level that would be required. And we had at one point, we have an application with the NRCS through their funding program. If anything would direct us down the path with NRCS, just with the level, the size of the project, the monetary size of it, that would push us to EIS. We know that much. So of course, we'd like to avoid that if we can. Again, repeating a little bit, what we do know is, with moving downstream, we know that there are wetlands along the creek, existing wetlands along the creek that need to be inventoried because those are very likely to be impacted, if not by the footprint of the dam, certainly by construction of the dam. Looking at the threatened and endangered species in the area of impact will be pretty standard. And then the cultural resources there, again, focusing on the area that would be impacted by construction and the footprint of the dam. And then, of course, I mentioned, documentation of the existing dam. But all of this work, we're not planning, we intend to have initial informal consultations with the agencies that would be involved, just like talking with the Corps yesterday, including those agencies, to make sure that before we move that forward, that we're not going too far or falling short. We certainly don't want to end up in a position where we backtrack any of the work we do. And so what we've intended with the budget set aside for this is based on experience similar projects, putting together something an amount that should be able to cover us, carry us through that, and really defining that as we get into the details with these agencies.
So, Pete, what do you have budgeted for cultural? How much for environmental? How much for wetlands? How much for ESA? I mean, these are pretty straightforward things. I mean, the amount of wetlands, even with the footprint of the new dam, this is a canyon. They're probably very low jurisdictional, very few, if any, wetlands down there that are jurisdictional based on our site visit last year. So are we going through a full-blown delineation only for the foot blunt, the waters of the United States that would be additionally inundated associated with the new facility are minimal. So again, it's not that this may not need to be looked at. What I'd like to see is what are you proposing budget-wise for this? These should not be big ticket items associated with this type of replacement structure. So what do you have budgeted for your environmental work and ESA work and your cultural work?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thanks for the question. I don't have the details in front of me, but I agree with what you're saying that the wetland effort, the cultural effort, those will be relatively minor and limited to the local area of impact. The big ticket that we're anticipating is potentially that documentation and inventory of the existing dam being far and away the majority of that budget. Total budget, we've set aside $200,000 for all of those surveys.
For all of those surveys.
Senator Simpson.
Senator Hicks, we have in front of us a binder that has the contract documents in it. And on page 2 and 3 of the proposed agreement for this amendment, the costs are all the tasks are broken down in dollar amounts. You may not have access to that online, or you may inside the project electronic notebook, if you're able to identify where that is, that kind of information is broken down there.
Mr. Chairman, I would add to that that's under phase 3, so it's on page 3 of the amendment.
Yeah, I think everybody that's done this Zoom thing understands how difficult it is to jump back and forth from Zoom to the documents and stuff. So I can do that, certainly capable of doing that. It's just when we had the discussion, I'm just concerned that we're spending a lot of money here that may be based on a pre-decisional determination. We don't even know what the Corps is going to require yet. So I'll just leave my concern at that at this point in time, Mr. Chairman. I will review the budget for this. I do have a lot of concerns with even the $200,000 budget for the tasks that are described.
Are there further questions by either the commission or the Select Water Committee?
Mr. Chairman, I have one last question, I guess, on this. And is there any portion or part of this that could be reimbursable by any federal agency?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Suker, I don't know the answer to that yet, and we won't know until we hear back from Reclamation. I don't believe if Reclamation money were to fall through and we go to Plan B of NRCS that they would pay retroactively. I haven't heard that. So I can't say for sure on the Reclamation funding, the 100 million that we've all been talking about for the past several months.
Because this is a federal dam, correct? The Corps Engineers or the who built the dam originally?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it was built by a private company under the Cara Act.
Okay.
It's not federally owned.
It's not federally owned. Okay, well, so that act is gone. Whoever built it, they're no longer.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that
Accessible?
was the ancestors of the folks that are irrigating out there today.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Senator Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just taking off on Senator Boner and Senator Hicks's question. And this is just back to old working with the Corps days in flood fighting. And when you were talking, I thought the whole point here was the health, safety, and welfare. This dam is in disrepair. I'm not going to say it's unsafe because it is safe at the current level of water it's holding, but we're trying to fix a situation that if fully utilizing the capacity of the reservoir would make the dam unsafe. So it would seem to me that in a health, safety, and welfare situation like this, the Corps does have a wide latitude to bypass some of these more onerous and I think I agree with Senator Hicks, I think that are pretty much unnecessary burdens that a new, that you would associate with a new dam being built. Has that been discussed? Have you approached it from that angle?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, we have. The first discussions we had with the Corps, we were using all those, for lack of a better term, buzzwords, safety, health, in the same vein of CADX, let's get this done. And, the Corps is pretty unwilling to stick their necks out. I don't blame them for that. So, yes, we have talked to them about that with those exact avenues to move forward with.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Anselmi Dalton, excuse me, not Senator, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I was just going to ask the director, given the concerns of Select Water and about the $2.395 million to implement phase 3, saying, why is it so much? I guess that makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable about trying to move this forward if there's concerns legislatively about this appropriation. What would you recommend to us?
Mr. Chairman, I think our project manager, Chase Tavelli, has worked very closely with RESPEC and HDR on this budget. We question them a lot. They probably get annoyed by that, the different numbers. And I think if we want to keep the project moving forward, we should approve, or the commission and the Select Water Committee should approve the budget. I think it's a reasonable funds that they're asking for. I continue to harp on them as well in regards to, we need to make sure we're following all the guidelines of the potential funding partners through the feds, and that we don't have to take 2 steps backwards with any kind of preliminary design. Encouraging them to continue to talk with the permitting agencies so we know exactly what they need to do, and getting to Senator Hicks's concerns that we don't overspend or do more than we need to, or making sure we're doing enough so we don't have to go back again. So I think it's should be approved.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be clear, I have concerns about the cost, but I'm more concerned about the life safety issues associated with, my constituents and anybody who, appreciates I-25 being intact. And so while I have questions about the cost, I don't think we should delay anything here today, so I don't want that to be misinterpreted. That being said, another question I have for either of you, would it be safe to say that given the fact that we are openly pursuing federal funds, would you say that the federal requirements are driving a lot of this sort of paralysis by analysis? Would that be a fair characterization?
Mr. Chairman, I would say that's 100% accurate. It's driving all this analysis.
Okay, and so, Mr. Chairman, I'd point out that we do have other committees that deal with the federal government and the legislature, at least. And I can imagine this will be a topic on that select committee that deals with natural resources and the federal government and our interaction with that. So I can make a commitment to everybody here today that that'll be we can bring whoever you want, Mr. Mead, in front of that committee, invite them, our federal partners, and so they can explain why this doesn't deserve a little bit more urgency, a little bit more common sense. So. We can certainly have that discussion in different contexts in terms of this project here today. I think it is really important that we move forward. Just to be crystal clear about that, but we don't need to be foolish in the way we move forward, especially if that foolishness is being driven from the top down. So,
Are there further questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, so we could resolve a bunch of these issues, but Jason, when do you expect to submit the permit to the Corps for the replacement dam? And then also, given your statement that the Corps is driving all of this additional analysis, or quote, the federal government, do you have anything in writing that from those agencies that have directed us to collect this data to this date, or are we just guessing? 3 questions.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So the way we're approaching this is as we've discussed, we've been coordinating pretty closely with the Corps of Engineers so far as the most obvious potential federal lead on this to date until now that we are talking about potentially being funded through the Bureau, which may change things. But I guess to answer one question, no, I don't think we have anything in writing yet from the Corps indicating where they expect this to go. And but based on our conversations, I guess, is what has led us to this and what we should be anticipating. I would add, really, the reason we're looking at initiating these environmental surveys at this point is really along the lines of trying to fast track the project in the interest of health, safety, and welfare. We want to make sure that we don't get down the road and have to pause everything while we come back and do the environmental surveys. And so we're really planning ahead to set this aside and be working with these agencies. Again, the budget we've set aside is based on experience with past projects and the little bit of indication we've received from the Corps. But moving ahead, fully intend the next steps are additional communication with the Corps and the other agencies. And of course, continue to press on the idea that this is an urgent situation and we don't want to be wasting time and certainly not wasting money. I don't know if I answered all the questions.
There's a gentleman online that has his hand up. Sir, please state your question.
I'm Colt Rodeman. I'm with LID. I'm the chairman of the board. Maybe I can help you guys out a little bit. First thing I would like to say, I'd like to invite the Select Water Committee up to my place and we can sit down, we can go over everything pretty close, maybe help you guys understand a little bit more of our dilemma. I've been in contact with all of our federal representation for better than a year now. The only representation that has been wanting to talk with me has been Barrasso, Senator Barrasso. And we have went every week. I've made a phone call. I'm just like Jason every week. And they've called me or I've called them. And right now, that 100 million is in BRX hands and they're not moving. If you go out there, they say that they're going to spend $5 million on a Carriac Dam. They do not name what Carriac Dam it is. They suspect it's La Prell, but they don't know for sure. That $5 million might move the needle some direction. But first and foremost, they have not committed to me if this is a loan or if it's a grant. So there's some discussion that we'll have to have internally on that subject. As far as trying to move into the environmental and stuff, that's where we're trying to do. We got to have the geophysical stuff done and the technical work done to understand if everything is a suitable site to move forward. As far as any environmental work, we're in the last year of a wetland study for the Ute Lady Trust. That is a very fragile flower that is located in wetlands in that region. As to date, we haven't found any. We have this last year to go on that. So we are moving forward. We have done some permitting and stuff along the road, so we do know where bird nests and stuff like that is, but we still need to do a little bit more. And you do have, to Senator Boner's concern of the historic site of the old dam, we are looking towards that as well. However, we need to know the rules of engagement from the agencies and which agency we have to deal with. There's many different agencies. You got the Army Corps, you got Bureau Rec, you got federal government. So we're in this dilemma of which way do we bounce? And I'd appreciate if I could get a chance to speak with Mr. Boner, Senator Boner too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks.
yeah, I've got one more question for Pete. Pete, what consultation have you done with the State's Historic Preservation Office on this project so far?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, the consultation there has been limited to very informal and mainly between our contact with the Corps of Engineers, consulting informally with that office. I have not been involved directly myself. I don't know if anyone from the office has been yet, but we know that those conversations have taken place between the Corps and the Historic Preservation Office, and that is part of what is driving, starting to understand what level of effort will be required for documenting and recording the existing dam.
So let me see if I think I heard what you said. The Corps informally talked to SHPO, which is a state agency that has some jurisdiction over the National Historic Preservation Act. But nobody in your office has directly talked to SHPO. So all the information that you have is secondhand from the Corps. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, yep, that's accurate.
Thank you. I think that illustrates some of my concerns with budgeting for cultural at this point in time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I would add to that, I think HDR has a lot of experts that are familiar with SHPO and are able to put together budgets that are appropriate for this type of work. I'd also say you have my commitment to make sure we have these discussions with these federal agencies, state agencies, before we do any of this work and make sure we're not doing more than we need to. The last thing I would just mention, and Colt jogged my memory. So the Bureau of Reclamation came out with their fiscal year 23 budget. I believe that's right. Yeah, 23. And there was a line item in it for $5 million associated with Prell, but we have not had any response contact. Colt hasn't heard anything from the reclamation on what that is. There was a similar situation with GID. So there's not a lot of communication from the feds on how they're setting their budget, what that's for. So again, it's a waiting game here.
Thank you, Interim Director. Once again, are there further questions? Hearing none, I entertain a motion on this project.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move acceptance of Prell Irrigation Rehabilitation.
Thank you, Commissioner Little. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Choma has the second. Again, this is for the approval of the Amendment 5 to the Prell Irrigation District Rehabilitation Level 2 Study Contract. This was a motion for approval.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before you call for the vote, I need to recuse myself from the vote, so I want that official for the record.
Okay. Thank you. So with I don't hear any further comments or questions. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes from the commission side.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'd like to entertain a motion for recommend approval for amendment number 5 of the Prell Irrigation District Rehabilitation Project.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Let the record indicate 9 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson. Moving on, Item 7, the Middle Piney Reservoir SUP amendment. That'd be under tab D,
Yep, tab D is in dog.
as in dog, right?
So, Mr. Chairman, we're going to be moving into another construction year for Middle Piney Reservoir. The original special use permit that allows the state and our contractor to proceed with construction stated that construction would be completed in November, at the end of November of last year. So to continue construction and hopefully finish that up this year, we are looking to amend this special use permit with the Forest Service. They've also requested to have an access weekend since it has been a fairly long construction effort at this point. We're in year 3.5 at this point. So June 18th through Sunday, June 19th is Father's Day weekend. So we're going to work with the contractor to get folks up there if they so choose. So that's an additional part of this special use permit amendment. And then once the actual embankment work is completed and there's not as much traffic with heavy machinery, we're going to look at possibly trying to open that up a little bit more and providing some kind of a plan to the Forest Service once that's complete. And then last year, I believe some of the folks on the construction crew were utilizing the campground just downstream. So I think the Forest Service wanted to add some stipulations in regards to that campground use. So that's what's in front of you for your consideration typically, or really it just allows us to proceed into the next year's construction season on Middle Piney reconstruction.
Thank you, Interim Director. Is there any discussion about the Middle Piney Reservoir SUP amendment? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve amendment number 1, special use authorization for Big Piney Dam Reservoir.
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Anselmi Dalton and seconded by Commissioner Suker, and that is for the approval of the Middle Piney Reservoir SUP amendment. That would be the Middle Piney Reservoir. And all those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Continuing with the Middle Piney Reservoir, there's a tab E. There's a budget amendment, and could we have some discussion on that amendment?
So, Mr. Chairman, if you recall last August when we were in Douglas, we had a pretty good discussion about Middle Piney Reservoir and the additional, I guess, sponsor contingency funds. In this case, the state's the sponsor, but out of account 3, and the need for some of those to address the additional water that's been seen on site and the additional drains that need to be added. We set aside at that time well, originally it was $2.725 million, if I recall correctly, from back in August. At the time, or I should say the Commission and Select Water Committee approved $925,000 out of those contingency funds. We had some concern. We had the Levitt Reservoir project that was going to bid. We wanted to maintain our contingency funds just in case. We didn't know what that bid was going to look like. We know now, unfortunately. But the intent was to come back when we had a better picture of what the additional grouting was going to need to look like after the spring runoff and the piezometers had been installed, to understand where in Lujan testing and Packer testing to determine where we still have leaks within the foundation of the dam. So since that time, and I do have Morgan Wardell with Stantec on the phone, so I'm going to give a short explanation. If we have questions, he can jump in. So since that time, over last fall, 10 of the 15 piezometers were installed. There's scheduled to, I believe, next week. They're removing snow right now, the contractor is, to get access to the site. And next week, those additional 5 piezometers will be installed, and then hopefully we'll be ready for this spring runoff, and we can get a better feel for what exactly we're facing, where the additional seepage is and all that. The concern is these are short construction seasons. We're at above 8,000 feet elevation. We know that from the last 3 years of experience. And to get a grouting contractor on board and interested in this project, we feel like we need to get those funds in place now. So Stantec can, or actually NW Construction can start looking for that subcontractor. Our concern is if we wait until we have the information and a better plan to move forward with the grouting and the locations of the grouting, which is going to be later this summer, that we wouldn't be able to bring this to you until the August meeting. And at that point, we would have roughly a month and a half, maybe 2 months worth of construction season left, and to be able to go out to bid, get a contractor on board, and procure that contract. I'm highly doubtful that we're going to get the grouting done this year. It's going to be difficult to get grouting done this year anyway, just because of the embankment that's left to put in and that. So the memo discusses this, and we're asking for, so last summer we set the 1.7 million aside. This is the best estimate we have at this time for the additional grouting work, is on the back of the second page of the memo, 1.673 million. So essentially still 1.7 million. The other piece of this is we had the discussion about the time delay and the requirement for the contractor to remobilize and come back for another year of construction that they weren't anticipating. And that's why the commission and the committee approved 925,000 instead of $1,025,000. If you recall, the 400,000 estimate that the consultants had versus you're providing 300,000 for that time delay and additional mobilization from the contractor. So just recently, there's gone through negotiations. The engineer has worked with NW. They originally were asking for double that, and the engineer went through their information that they provided, that justification, and have whittled that back down, and we're now around 419,000. So you add the additional 119,000 to the 300,000 of the 925,000. I know there's a lot of numbers thrown out there. Plus what is expected for the additional grouting work, that comes to roughly $1.8 million. So we're asking for your approval of that 1.8 out of the sponsors contingency fund, so we can at least have the contractor make the effort to get that project done this year. No guarantees. It can always push into next year, but this gives us the best chance to get that done. So with that, I would ask for any questions. If there's any questions for Stantec as well.
Thank you, Interim Director. Are there any questions for the Interim Director? Hearing none, entertain a motion.
Also move that we move to set the office's recommendation to approve 1.8 million from the Count 3 contingency fund to be allocated to the Middle Piney Dam reconstruction project. Eden Valley.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Suker, for your motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Lawson, Commissioner Lawson. And so there's been a motion and a second to recommend approval of $1.8 million from Account 3 contingency fund to be allocated to the Middle Piney Dam reconstruction project. Is there further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Chairman Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, we'd also then like to entertain a motion to recommend approval of the Middle Piney Reservoir Amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would move that.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of the Middle Piney Reservoir Amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson. Item 9 is the Fontenelle Reservoir.
Mr. Chairman, if we added the additional
Oh, I'm
agenda item.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So Bill Brewer, Deputy Director of our Construction Department, is here to talk briefly about the Eden Valley Irrigation District Farson Lateral 2020.
Thank you.
Commissioner, or Chairman, my name is Bill Brewer, Deputy Director of Construction for Water Development. We discussed this project in March about potentially reducing a small portion of this phased project to go ahead and move forward on construction. We received bids yesterday, and it appears what we had discussed in March may not be quite enough. So I want to just go back and re-summarize this project. This is the phase 3 of the Farson Lateral project, converting this canal to pipe. The first 2 phases, which have been completed, were about 30,500 lineal feet of canal converted. This current phase 3 that we're looking at now is about 6,050 feet of converting canal to pipe. And the remaining work is another 53,000 feet. So this total canal that we're looking at converting from canal to pipe is 88,500 feet long, about 16.76 miles. And just to point out, if there are any additional questions, the engineer and a representative district are here in the back. But I'll move forward, and if you do need any questions that I can't answer, hopefully they can. Based on our current bidding situation, this project was bid in October. Prices were considerably over estimate. All those bids were rejected. We re-looked at it. We looked at possibly cutting the project back 500 feet and doing that last 500 as an add alternate. So that if bids came in, we would add what we needed. At this point, we're looking at having to reduce that length even more. I would like to point out that we would be reducing pipe length only. There are no turnouts within this section. There are no other structures within this section, and no loss of services would be affected if we installed less pipe at this point in time. Current estimate is about 1,000 feet from that 6,050 feet we are looking at doing is this phase, which would be about 16.5% reduction. And what we're looking at is doing a reduction rather than asking for additional funds at this point. The next phase of this work which has already gone through NEPA compliance, that includes this portion that we would be doing. And that portion of the funding is being funded by NRCS at a 75% construction grant and 100% engineering and environmental grant. So the district would be coming forward for the remaining phases and this 1,000 feet from this phase at 25% construction grant. And hopefully my phone buzzing has an answer I was looking for. If I can type my code. The current phase, we are funding at 60%. So if this 1,000 feet was moved up the other phase, we would end up refunding or doing the work later, but at a 25% match. So our recommendation is rather than looking at contingency funds, is to actually cut this project back slightly at this point in time, and then move forward with the rest of the project at 25% match.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. Are there any questions for Mr. Brewer?
Mr. Chairman, Bill, I just had one quick thing here. On your pipe, is that PVC
No,
or
this is
is it concrete?
this is a 63-inch HDPE pipe.
HDPE, so that's an oil-based pipe. Going to get more expensive.
Probably.
Yeah.
It's not looking favorable.
So this contractor apparently already has it booked or ordered or committed.
Yes, my understanding
Through
is
the
that
factory, the
they do have it
manufacturer.
committed at this point in time.
All right, thank you.
Are there further questions?
Chairman, Jason or Bill, if we go ahead and, sorry, my mic's not working. Guess I can speak. If you cut the 1,000 feet out of the project and change the scope, do we have to make a motion on that, or?
I believe we would need a motion because this is looking at a change in project. I fully believe that the overall intent of the project is maintaining because we are not affecting any services that tie off of this project. However, we are changing the original length, but not the intent.
Well, that being the case, I so move that we do whatever we need to do there.
Okay. Bill has provided a very concisely written motion. If somebody would.
That's right,
care to
I
read-
forgot.
Yeah, you sure. and
Oh, we
give
got
us-
it here.
give us that
Okay,
motion.
then I move to accept, I'll read my script here. I move to accept I think it's this one, the office's recommendation to allow Eden Valley Irrigation and Drainage District to award the length of the Farson Lateral 2020 project that can be built within the appropriated budget.
Commissioner Little made the motion, and Commissioner Anselmi Dalton seconded the motion to accept the staff's recommendation for the Eden Valley Irrigation Drainage District pipe modification. Is there further discussion on that motion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes, and I hear whispers that it's time for a break. Well, they'll take 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Chairman. So if you recall, in the omnibus planning bill, we had $1.7 million in there for this exact situation, I guess, for Fontenelle storage, and this gets back to the potential additional purchase of water from Bureau of Reclamation. So what the contributed funds agreement does is allows reclamation staff to help us complete research, conduct technical meetings, and most importantly, carry out the NEPA analyses, and then modify either existing or future contracts for whatever amount of water ends up being purchased. So I don't know if I need to speak too much to that, since we spoke about this quite a bit last fall. It was in the omnibus bill. So now we have the contributed funds agreement for your consideration for signature. The dollar amount is on page 4 of that. It's $1.629 million. The other thing I would like both the commission and the Select Water Committee to consider would be, this really just sets up the umbrella funding for moving forward with these different things that we need to go through to get additional water purchased. The way reclamation works is more or less, we call this a contributed funds agreement, but it's like a technical service agreement, very similar to what we did when we enlarged Big Sandy or worked on Meeks Cabin state line dams with studies and asking them for risk analyses. So what they do then is put together task orders, individual task orders. So for instance, they will probably have a task order for NEPA or bits and pieces of NEPA or task orders for these technical meetings. And I would ask just to keep things moving and not have to come back to the August meeting for a task order and so on and so forth, that you would allow, I guess, give permission to the director to sign those task orders. And then I would bring back updates as task orders are signed and provide updates on how that's going. So with that, I would ask for your consideration of the contributed funds agreement and then an additional authority to sign future task orders underneath this technical service agreement, CFA.
Thank you, Interim Director Mead. Are there any questions regarding the Fontenelle issue? Are there any questions? Hearing none, I would turn the meeting over to Chairman Simpson for consideration of this item.
Committee members, we're going to reverse that order, that what we've been doing, because we're recommending to them for approval. And if we were ever not to recommend something, they need to know that before they vote. And so we're reversing this order going forward. And so I'm looking for a motion to recommend approval on the contributing funds agreement for Fontenelle Reservoir. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion passes.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson. Hearing the Select Water Committee's recommendation, do I have a similar motion from the Water Development Commission?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the continued funds agreement in the amount of $1.629 million with the ability to sign additional task orders.
It has been moved by Commissioner Anselmi Dalton and seconded by Commissioner Suker. And the motion is to approve the Reservoir Contributed Funds Agreement and give the interim director permission to sign the necessary task orders. Is there further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We'll move on to the next item.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the next item are the two planning studies that were a little out of order to our normal process. And that is the cloud seeding operations hydrologic assessment in the Medbo Sierra Madres. That consultant selection was completed yesterday by the commission. And then also the critical aging infrastructure assessment level 1 study interviews were completed yesterday. Just a quick comment here. So there's motions provided to the commissioners involved in those interviews, just like we typically do. One thing has been added to that, and that is so we can, again, keep these projects going. We don't have contracts in place yet or drafted, but we will. The RFPs are included in your notebook here, and those scopes of work out of those RFPs are basically going to be verbatim as the scope of work in the contract, so nothing should change there. And the dollar amounts are already provided as well as part of the interviews yesterday. So we would ask that you would not only approve the selection of the consultant that won that particular contract, but also the contract with that consultant once it is drafted and approved by the Attorney General's office. So with that, I would ask for your guys' consideration of those two.
Interim Director, would this be an issue that would the Select Water would need to act on also?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator.
Just a quick question for edification. How many RFPs, how many proposals did we receive for each one of those projects?
Both. For which one?
For the cloud seeding and then also the other one on the critical aging infrastructure. You said you did consultant interviews yesterday.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the cloud seeding received 1 proposal. The critical aging infrastructure received 5 proposals.
Can you tell us who was selected?
Mr. Chairman, we're getting to that motion here, I think, just a second with the commission members that were involved in the interviews.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Chairman Simpson.
Director, I'm a little confused. I'm sorry. There's nothing in our packet that talks about, there's no agreements prepared because the interviews were just conducted yesterday, and there's no dollar amounts, and there's no award recommendations. So could you
Mr.
help me?
Chairman, Representative Simpson, I would suggest we go out of order this time because typically the commission reads off to enter into negotiations with the consultants in this order, and then they're going to have a motion and then also adds on the contracting and the amount. So it might make sense for the commission to go through their approval first and then for the Select Water Committee to respond. This is a little unique.
Mr. Chairman, I'm good with that.
Okay.
As far as their actions, but we cannot make a motion on that because we don't have a contract in front of us.
Okay.
But please proceed with wherever you were going to go.
And Mr. Chairman, this might be something we can work out where we send an email to the Select Water Committee with that draft contract once it's put in place. And then I think you have 30 days to review and recommend. If that,
Looking for legal
Abby,
counsel,
is
is
that-
an email acceptable?
Mr. Chairman, I believe you could take an email vote if that would be the committee's desire.
Okay, we'll proceed that way then.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson. Are there further questions regarding these contracts?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
back to the last question, could we by chance get this information to us by the end of this meeting and we just go ahead and vote on it now, or is that possible?
Mr. Chairman, we will not have a draft contract. We can tell you what the dollar amounts are going to be. We can provide you the scope of work because, like I said, it's verbatim from the scope of work that's provided in the project notebook from the request for proposal. So essentially, you have all the information. You have the name of the consultant. You just don't have the physical contract that's compiled. So that's up to you if you can approve that or not.
Are there further questions? Hearing none, I entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, the selection committee for the cloud seeding operations, hydrological, Assessment, Medicine Bow, and Sierra Madre Mountain Ranges Level 2 project ranks the consulting firms interviewed in the following order. National Center for Atmospheric Research, NCAR. I, Ron Cayley, move approval of the contract with the National Center for Atmospheric Research, NCAR, for consulting services on the cloud seeding, operations, hydrological assessment, Medicine Bow, and Sierra Madre Mountain Ranges Level 2 project with a budget of $300,000, subject to the Attorney General's office review and approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Cayley. Is there a second to?
Second.
Commissioner Zucker seconded it. I'm going to ask Commissioner Cayley to read the motion one more time, and then we'll open it up for further discussion, if any.
Yes, I, Ron Cayley, move approval of the contract with the National Center for Atmospheric Research, NCAR, for consulting services on the cloud seeding, operations, hydrological assessment, Medicine Bow, and Sierra Madre Mountain Ranges Level 2 project with a budget of $300,000, subject to the Attorney General's office review and approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Cayley. With that, and is there any further discussion on that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask, is that the same contractor that we've used in the past? For the seeding?
Chairman, I got sidetracked there. We talking about NCAR?
Yeah.
On the cloud seeding?
Yes, I believe that's correct. Yes.
So they're probably the only one locally in this area that you could use anyway, correct?
Yeah, they're the ones that have that expertise.
Thank you.
Are there further questions on this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the selection committee for the Critical Aging Irrigation Infrastructure Assessment Level 1 project ranks the consulting firms interviewed in the following order. 1, Tri-Hydro Corporation. 2, Sunrise Engineering. 3, HDR Engineering Incorporated. I move for approval of a contract with Tri-Hydro Corporation for consulting services on the Critical Aging Irrigation Infrastructure Assessment Level 1 project with a budget of $495,000, subject to the AG's office review and approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Little. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lawson seconds. So there's been a motion to approve and second. Commissioner Little, could you read that motion one more time in case there's further discussion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of a contract with Tri-Hydro Corporation for consulting services on the Critical Aging Irrigation Infrastructure Assessment Level 1 project with a budget of $495,000, subject to the Attorney General's office review and approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Little. All those in favor, is there discussion? Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Senator Simpson, any comments?
I don't, we're good. So committee members will email that out to you in the next few days and look forward to your response. We'll take action that way, keep the project moving.
Thank you, Senator Simpson. Interim Director, next item or any comments?
Mr. Chairman, we'll get that to Abby as soon as we get it probably approved through the AG's office, or sooner if it doesn't need to be approved through the AG's office before we can send it, but we'll figure out the most expedient path.
Moving on to new Level 1 and Level 2 project applications.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, a lot of our Level 1 reconnaissance, new development, well, all of them are master plans, so I'm not going to say a whole lot really for any of these projects. I'm going to ask the sponsors to come up as their project is called, and if they have an agenda in their hand to try to be paying attention and come up when you see your project coming up so we can keep this moving along. So master plans are really just a blueprint for future water supply system improvements for municipalities and for irrigation infrastructure and irrigation districts and all those types of special districts as well. It's really you're establishing priorities and performing financial evaluations to determine what needs to be done first, what's most critical, and a kind of a path for the future to keep the system modernized. And a lot of this information can sometimes be used for federal funding because we have a plan in place, and then they can utilize that. It shows they've completed some of this and gives them a better chance to look at that federal funding. So with that, I would ask Glendo Water Master Plan is our first recommendation. And I would ask if there is a sponsor present to come on up and introduce yourself, and we'll see if the commission has any questions.
I'm Brenda Hagan. I'm the clerk treasurer with the town of Glendo.
Welcome. Are there any questions for your first name?
Brenda.
Brenda, is there any questions for Brenda Hagan? And the Glendo project master plan. Do you have any comments for us?
Yes, sir. We're actually experiencing quite a bit of growth. We've got a new subdivision with 62 lots, and for a town of a little over 200, that's a lot of growth. So what we'd like to do is plan for the future, see what we've got in the present, and go after some federal funding to make improvements.
Very good. Do the representatives and senators have any questions on the Glendo master plan?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I do have a couple of questions for her, if I may address the chair. One thing, I noticed is there tap fees that you use? I don't see them in your.
Yes, sir.
In your request.
Which $1,800 for a residential tap fee and $2,000 for a commercial tap fee.
Okay, and then the other question is your 5,000 gallon water usage for $29.50. How does that compare with everybody around the state? Have you ever looked at your constituents to see
We
or
have
your peers or anybody to relate to that?
It's actually low. We're in the process of reevaluating our water rates, and this would be something we'd like to address with the master plan also.
And that's what I would guess. That's why the question was asked, that it appears low for what you're doing with the master plan. And maybe what you could do is, not jump it all at once, maybe through this process a little at a time. That makes a difference, but do what you need to do. But yeah, it looks very reasonable. Generally speaking, it would be probably 3,000 for that amount of money. You're pretty high on 5. But anyway, whatever you do, I'm okay with.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Are there further questions? Interim, yes.
Thank you. One of the things, Brenda, that I was wondering about is most of this going to be basically benefiting this new subdivision, and are you taking that into account, or is it basically benefiting the whole town?
It would be benefiting the entire town.
If there's further questions, Interim Director, do you have any further comments? Or
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would add that I failed to mention in the first place, we're working under tab H with those that haven't caught up yet. And then I would say whatever the commission's pleasure is in regards to if you want to approve in blocks for, say, all the level 1 new development projects and then so on and so forth, you could probably also look at the option of improving all of them in one block. Either way, you may want to pull a couple out depending on what you're hearing. I know we have a couple of entities that are companies still and not entities for some of these level 1 studies, and one that came in a little bit late on the application deadline. So it's to your choosing on how you want to pull those out and maybe vote in blocks.
Interim Director, I believe blocks probably makes the most sense. Seeing that there are a couple that we may need to pull out. So we'll just do them in blocks. We'll do the level 1 reconnaissance projects first. And so Brenda, thank you for representing the town of Glendo, and we look forward to reviewing this project further.
Thank you, sir.
Next project is the Newcastle Water Master Plan. If there's any representatives, come on down.
I'm Mike Moore, the city engineer for Newcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there anything you would like to tell us about your project?
Well, it's been 22 years since we've done our last master plan. And I think the timing's right to do another master plan. But that's all.
Great. We're glad you came, drove all the distance to come here. Does the commission or the Select Water Committee have any questions for Mr. Moore? Mr. Driscoll, or Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Moore, I see Wyoming Refinery, are they not a city water user? Do they have an agreement outside of the city agreement?
Mr. Chairman, the Wyoming Refinery is a city water user. They do have a tap with the city.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. I just saw that they and Cambria were listed separately. Is there a special reason they're listed separate as a user?
Cambria, and what was the other one?
Cambria and Sunset Water District. Mr. Chairman.
Well, they are recognized as two water districts. Sunset, I believe, does have a tap off of Cambria.
Are there further questions for Mr. Moore? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I thought we were handling them.
Oh, I'm sorry. I getting lost in the agenda here, so.
I have one question.
Oh, there is one question from Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not sure, maybe it's for Jason. Wyoming Refining Company, is that a private entity or is it its own sewer district? Maybe you can answer that for me, Mr. Moore.
You want to repeat that question?
The Wyoming Refining Company, is it a private entity or is it a sewer district or some sort of district?
Wyoming is a private entity, yes.
Mr. Chair, Jason, how does that work when we're having a private entity as part of the group?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to claim to be an expert on this, but I believe if, there's a lot of private entities within a city limits of any town, so they're treated as another customer, I believe.
Thank you. I just didn't know why they were called out, especially if there are these other entities. That's
They
why I was
just might be
confused.
a larger water user of the town.
Okay,
I would
thank you.
guess.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and for your work with the city of Newcastle. Appreciate it. We'll move on to the next item. We're going to vote on these all in one block.
Thank you for your time.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would just point out the Orchard Valley Water Master Plan. This is being sponsored by the Orchard Valley Water Company. We have representatives here or potentially online. Let's see here. Kevin Scott and Frank Waters. And if you recall, per criteria, the commission is allowed to waive the entity requirement in level 1 studies, so you may need to consider that.
Welcome, Mr. Scott and Mr. Waters.
I'm Mr. Scott.
You're Mr. Scott and you're Mr. Waters. Okay, great. What can you tell us about your project?
Well, the Orchard Valley Water Company is approximately 81 years old. We're antiquated and we need some updating. That's it.
Well, thank you. Are there any questions from Select Water or the commission on this project? Commission Member Cayley.
I just have a question. Is this study going to look at maybe having regional water portion of it incorporated into the Port of Utility for South Chapter?
I'm sorry, I'm slightly hard of hearing.
Oh, yeah, this might be better. Is this project going to, or this study going to look at the possibility of being, at least your water side of it being brought into either the city of Cheyenne or to South Cheyenne?
No, it is not.
Is there a reason for that?
We're separate from either of those identities.
Wouldn't you think it would be feasible to at least look at the possibility of having them supply water to you guys?
Yes, we would. We've discussed it among our board before, and there's the possibility that we would consider it, yes.
I would think if this plan moves forward, that you might want to have something in there to look at that possibility, at least through that process. I know there's a lot of fear of being incorporated or becoming part of the city of Cheyenne or being part of something else, but I think you'd be surprised to find out that a lot of those entities might be able to supply you water and address some of those type of needs without wanting to incorporate you guys and provide fire service and police service and streets and stuff. So I think you'll find out that some of them might be able to just help you guys out without a total incorporation of the of Orchard Valley.
South Cheyenne Water and Sewer would be the logical one there, yes. They have lines within the valley already.
Yes. And I think, doesn't Board of Public Utilities also have lines like maybe as far as that new development by Johnson Junior High, which would be.
Yes, they do. They have a main line that runs down Watershed also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
Are there further questions for Orchard Valley?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a question on how they might incorporate, if we can, in this proposal, incorporate the idea of looking into incorporating Orchard Valley into the Board of Utilities of Cheyenne. And it isn't in this. I wonder if the director might have some direction on it, or if we can do it with this.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Eklund, that question was asked to the sponsor here. And as C mentioned, they're open to that discussion. So I would anticipate we would have scope in the RFP to look at that.
I'll say something. It was about 4 years ago. We had a meeting in Orchard Valley. We have standard Orchard Valley Water Board meetings. And usually it's Frank and me and my wife and family members or whatever that might show up. But this one meeting that we had about 4 years ago, it was a meeting about, we mentioned in the message that it would be for annexation, questioning the possibility of annexation into Cheyenne. Well, we had more people than we had here in this room, and it was a small building, and the room was vibrating. People were very excited, I'll say, about annexation. They didn't want it, and the idea of that is it may be a hump that we'll have to travel over. You know, it's just one of those questions that, as we, like Frank said, we're an aged entity. Most of the pipe that was put in during World War II, and they were combining things from the refinery and a chemical plant and the railroad, anything they could get. And it's lasted for a good long time, really. But there are places now where it's failing. And so it becomes something you have to start looking at, you know, as a group, and talk about annexation. And that's one thing that might be there. And the whole idea of that, along with whatever else we need, you know, that's what a plan like this, I suppose, would aid us in, that kind of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
Yep, okay, great. Any other questions for our project proponents?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator Eklund, or Representative Eklund.
I guess I would ask, does anybody know whether or not Orchard Valley would need to be annexed in order to be on the Cheyenne City water system, water and sewer?
We'll see. Commissioner Cayley, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, when I was a county commissioner, we looked at I was on the South Cheyenne board, and at one time they were pretty fearful of being annexed into the city of Cheyenne at that time. So we had some discussions on that. But what I think most people are surprised of is that most of the time they don't want to annex you. For instance, F.E. Warren at one time was talking about having BOPU kind of take them over. Well, the costs on when you take over a project, not just selling them water, but the cost of taking care of their infrastructure and addressing their future needs, and then supplying, you know, police services and that kind of stuff is very expensive. So most of the times, I think you'll find out that these entities might be willing to sell you water, like the BOPU probably sell you water at the same rate that they sell it to South Cheyenne, which would be, I think, 1.5 times, and not having to take over your entire water system or have you guys annexed into the city of Cheyenne. Now, I can't speak for city council and some of them, but I'm just speaking for that fear is something that we've seen from a lot of people, that they don't want to give up their a lot of their rights that they have to their rural property and stuff, and you don't have to. You might just have to say, well, if the city of Cheyenne or South Cheyenne comes in and agrees to work with you guys to supply water to you, then that entity might approach us for funding for the piping networks to get to you guys, or for PRVs or whatever that you would need into your system. And at that point, it would still be your system, but they would just be supplying you water at some water rate. Does that answer your question?
Senator or Representative Eklund, did that answer? Thank you, Commissioner Cayley.
Thank you.
And are there further questions? Hearing none, thank you for representing Orchard Valley and your hard work. We look forward to this project. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Next on the agenda is Ranchester Water Master Plan.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have Mayor Pete Clark and Will Newbold here or online. There they come. Sounds like Ranchester's experiencing quite a bit of growth and looking for ability to meet future needs here.
Mr. Chair, I'm Peter Clark. I'm the mayor of Ranchester, and this is Will Newmold, our town engineer. And as I said, we have gone through 64% growth in the last decade, and our master plan is 20 years old. We have a 65-lot subdivision being developed right now. We just signed off on a 24-lot subdivision. All the lots are sold and being built on. We have 12 houses already going up, so we're experiencing lots of growth, which is a good thing.
And just for the audience, where is Ranchester?
We're 9 miles from the Montana border, just 15 miles northwest of Sheridan, just off Interstate 90.
Okay, great, great. Thank you for driving all the way down.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Anselmo Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mayor Clark and Mr. Newbold. My question would be, if you're experiencing a large amount of growth and having these subdivisions come in, your tap fee, it shows for residential is only $500, whereas, you know, most of the other places we're seeing at least $1,800 to $1,500. And I'm concerned that, again, that we're trying to benefit these subdivisions, these people that are making money selling land, as Commissioner Choma has pointed out to us, and that we're not charging enough money to recoup these costs. Would you be willing to consider raising your tap fees? I see your commercial is fairly high, actually, $4,500, whereas most other commercials are $1,500. I'm just trying to get a comparison as we move through these projects. But how would you feel about raising that tap fee to cover some of your costs?
We have discussed that, Mr. Chair. One of the things is we are a bedroom community to the city of Sheridan. And one of the reasons that we can draw people out there is that we keep our infrastructure fees down. It hasn't affected our ability to maintain our water system. So in that sense, it's an attractive thing. It gives us an edge over the city of Sheridan. We have a very hard time getting any kind of commercial activity out there. So we have looked at that. We haven't needed to do that. Our growth has been consistently about 2% every year for the last 10 years. We've just gone last year and a half because of the COVID immigrants that are coming in. This growth has been very accelerated in probably the last year and a half, 2 years. So yeah, we've considered looking at that. That's one of the reasons we're looking at the master plan. Alternative sources for water. We take all of our water out of the Tongue River. We don't have an alternative source right now, so maybe wells would be something to look at. But we're looking at the long-term growth in that area. So that's part. There's a couple parts to that answer. So,
Are there further questions regarding this project?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Suker.
to follow up on the tap fees, what about your monthly water bills? For 5,000 gallon, you're $29, is that right?
yes.
How does that compare with Sheridan, or do you have any idea?
I do not have any idea of
Nobody does?
what Sheridan's does. I really just don't. Their system is quite a bit different than ours. They're based on a reservoir system, so I don't know what they in.
How about Ranchester, or Dayton and Ranchester? You comparing those guys, you're pretty close there.
5 miles.
Yeah. So how do their rates compare to you?
They're similar to ours. I couldn't really speak to theirs directly. They're a little bit higher, I think, but not significantly higher. I don't know. I haven't looked at. It's their town, not mine. So.
And is there any reflection here to supporting private subdivisions with what you're doing? Is there any interrelationship here so that you're in here requesting additional water because of growth, I know, but no subordination or connection to any of the subdividers that are coming in?
No, not
private.
If I understand your question, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Suker. Are there further questions for the Ranchester project? Okay, well, thank you for driving down, and we look forward to reviewing your project.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Next on the agenda is the Wardell Water Master Plan.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have Brian Botcher and Venus Childers here to represent. Wardwell has never had a master plan to my knowledge, so they're looking to develop a more holistic approach to their operations, maintenance, and rehab.
Good morning, I'm Venus Childress.
Okay.
Good morning, I'm Brian Botcher.
Welcome. And just before we get, where is Wardell water master plan?
It's on the west side of Casper. We
Oh.
are a consecutive sewer and water district right next to Casper.
Okay, great. And tell us about your project.
Most of our pipe has been in the ground since the 60s and 70s. We have some outdated pipes like asbestos cement, and we're just trying to update our systems.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the Wardell Master Plan project? Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to beat a dead horse, but Mr. Botcher and Venus, you're charging a tap fee for commercial. I mean, it's outrageous, $7,041 versus everyone else is charging, say, $1,500. And then your commercial is $11,700 for, depends on the size of pipe. How does that go over? I mean, how is it compared to Casper? It's kind of shocking compared to all these other projects that we're looking at.
Mr. Chairman, the fee is what City of Casper charges us because we are a consecutive system, and that is included in that tap fee. I'm not sure the exact amount that they charge Wardwell for that, but then the tap fee that we charge is added on to that, and that's why that's so much higher than everybody else's.
Thank you. Good question. Commissioner Suker.
Yeah, I have one question relating to that. Again, you have your own water system, correct?
We are completely consecutive to City of Casper, so yet we have the distribution and the collection, but we do not do any treatment at all.
So you buy your water from Casper.
Correct.
So the reason for this study is to, what's your main goal here to do? What, you're getting the water from Casper, so it's your interior piping?
Correct.
That, are we able to support that, I guess?
Mr. Chairman, I believe this would be the transmission pipelines that we're looking at here and not necessarily distributions to each individual house.
That should be pretty relative short then, because you guys are just on the west side of Casper, right? And you have your own tank out there, is that correct too?
We do have one 300,000 gallon tank. It serves a very small industrial park, and that is only to maintain pressure and fire suppression. There are well over 4,000 residents, and we have 3 taps from the City of Casper where we've connected to them. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. That's kind of what I thought, but I wanted to clarify my mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from either Select Water or the commission? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes that block. Would a commissioner entertain a motion on this, on all of those projects?
Sorry, I have a
Go
question
ahead.
for Jason.
Yes.
Jason, there's not a problem with us approving these as a block, even though a couple of them have private entities in those?
Mr. Chairman, I think that it probably would be most clean to maybe pull that one out that's not an entity, and we provided an example to everybody as a motion if they wanted to do that instead, and then handle that one separately. I think that was Orchard Valley.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cayley. So with that, using the template, our guideline, do we have a motion on these, on the level 1 projects?
Mr. Chairman, I would move, Eileen Sansalmi would move to primarily approve the Orchard Valley Water Master Plan project separately from the other level 1 reconnaissance study account 1 new development projects, and to waive the public entity requirement of the sponsor at level 1 only per the operating criteria of the Water Development Program, and to allow the Water Development Office to proceed with consultant selection.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Cayley has the second. So we have a motion to approve all of the level 1 projects, but except with the exception of Orchard. You're just doing Orchard Valley. Okay, I'm confused. So, no, and so we're just doing the Orchard Valley project at this time. I apologize for the confusion. And so we have a motion and a second for Orchard Valley. Is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now do we have a motion for the remainder of the level 1 projects?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the remaining block of level 1 reconnaissance projects for new development.
Thank you, Commissioner Little. And do we have a second? Commissioner Suker has the second. And there is a motion on the floor to approve the remainder of the level 1 projects with a separate motion that had approved Orchard Valley. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none. We have addressed all the level 1 reconnaissance projects. Moving on to the level 2 feasibility projects for new development. We have do you have any comments, Interim Director?
Mr. Chairman, the sponsor is Bruce Martin. They could come up to the front. And the Central Wyoming Regional Water System, their water supply consists of both wells and surface water. So I think they're trying to get a handle on how to get the most out of their well field and improve management operations and have a plan for developing that into the future. So,
thank you.
Mr. Martin, welcome and tell us about your project.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. I am Bruce Martin, the Public Utilities Manager for City of Casper. City of Casper manages and operates the regional water system on behalf of the Joint Powers Board. We are looking at the wellfield study plan here. Regional water gets water from the wellfield and from the surface water treatment plant. About 60 to 65% comes from the wellfield, so it is an important water source supply. Regional water wholesales water to 9 different entities. And what we're looking at here is to get a good overview of the well field and the existing wells. What condition are the wells in? Which wells should be rehabbed? Which ones should be taken out of service? Where should we place new wells? How's the geology of the well field look? How can we maximize production out of the well field while still extending the life of the well field?
Thank you very much. Mr. Mosier, do you have anything to add?
No, Mr. Chair, but having looked at the facilities some and inspected the well fields, I thought if there were any in-depth geologic questions about what we might be planning, I would entertain those as questions.
Thank you. Are there further questions from either the commission or Select Water on this well field project? Hearing none, I would entertain well, we're doing this as a block, so thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
And then we have the east side, the Joint Powers Water Board East Side Zone Study. Green River, Rock Springs, Sweetwater County.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission and Select Water. My name is Brian Seppi. I'm the General Manager for the Joint Powers Board. First, I'd like to express the board's appreciation for the program. We've been able to utilize the program and the funding in projects past that have well benefited the board's customers, which includes Green River, Rock Springs, and several districts. So we're very appreciative of the program and staff. They've done a tremendous job for us, so thank you.
Mr. Seppi, could you tell us about your project?
Certainly. The east side project is basically to look at those areas on the south side of the South Belt Loop. For those who might be familiar, we're talking about the ball fields along the Belt Loop all the way to the highway leading to Simplot Phosphates and beyond. It would include the airport and the Arrowhead Springs subdivision, which is at the base of Aspen Mountain. Those are all areas that are well outside the service area. Some annexation has taken place along that belt loop in recent years. And that transmission system that provides the capacity is sized to the existing service area. And it's doing exactly what the engineers designed it to do. But it is at its capacity. We can serve what we can serve. And to look beyond that to some of the needs, the airport is in city property. It is an annexed parcel. There are lands right adjacent to the Belt Loop that have been annexed but undeveloped. There's an industrial area beyond the Simplot Phosphates plant that's been looked at for probably a decade. And in fact, they've looked at various 1 cent initiatives to pay for that infrastructure to get out there. Well, there's also a need to improve the core capacity to be able to deliver for any of those projects to take forward. And so the first step in any of this is to look at what our system needs because it is at its capacity and doing the job that it was designed to do, but we're going to ask more of it. So this study is a great foundation because it will look at all the various options, the ways we could route pipes, pump stations, provide that redundancy, which is lacking in a few areas right now. So it's both redundancy, helping our existing system, attenuating some of the problems we have in our zones, as well as providing capacity for the future. So with that, I would answer any specific questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Seppi. Are there any questions for Mr. Seppi and the Joint Powers Water Board from Select Water or the Commission?
Mr. Chairman?
Lisa, or Commissioner Anselmi.
You can call me anything. Thanks for being here, Brian. It's good to see you again. Obviously, we both went out and toured the project with you. I just had a question, I guess, for the director. Part of this is redundant and it protects, I guess, my neighborhood from losing water supply, which I just want to know if I have to declare a conflict because it does protect my neighborhood. I don't think so, but I thought I would ask that question.
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't think so.
Okay, and just to note, I thought maybe you just tell me a little bit about how you'd had some cracks and how, even how our airport isn't even served by a water line at this point. I just thought it might be of interest to the commission why starting to develop some sort of planning would be important.
Well, for those who maybe, Mr. Chairman, thank you. For those who may not be familiar, the city and its limits are quite a distance from the airport. The airport's on a butte east of town, several miles away. And in fact, they're expanding that airport as we speak. They've expanded their water infrastructure, added tank storage, but yet they still truck the water. They truck it from Rock Springs, from our system. It gets trucked out there on a very routine basis. And so that storage, that water quality has all kind of been a real problem for them and been, I believe, somewhat limiting in what they can do as far as funding for federal aviation dollars and things of that nature. So the city has looked at how that would need to be funded. They've looked at, like I mentioned, tax initiatives because it is such a large expanse, but yet that airport is in a city island, if you will, of annexation.
So are there any further questions for Mr. Seppi? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion for the entire block. Thank you, Mr. Seppi and the Joint Powers Water Board.
Thank you.
I, Larry Zucker, move to preliminary approve all 2023 level reconnaissance study account, 2023 level 2 feasibility study, account 1, new development projects. With exception, there's no exception.
So just to clarify, that was approval of the 2023 level 2 account 1 feasibility projects.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion on that motion and second? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on. Level 1 reconnaissance projects rehabilitation. Casper Alcova ID master plan.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have Joe Meza and the district manager here to talk about the project. Again, we have a number of master plans here under account 2, level 1. So.
Hello, I'm Drew James. Joe couldn't make it this morning. I'm a consultant for the district.
Welcome, Drew.
Thanks.
Tell us about your project.
So the project has approximately 62 miles of main canal, over 250 miles of lateral. The project consists of 6 tunnels. Reclamation still has control of one of the tunnels, so the district is responsible for 5. We're looking for this master plan to prioritize the more severe structures and put a timeline and a plan and a dollar amount to each one of those repairs.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for the Casper Alcova project? Are there any questions? Hearing none, I would obtain or request a motion to. Well, we're not requesting motions. I'm sorry. The morning's getting long, and I think I'm getting hungry. But sir, thank you for coming down, and we appreciate your attendance, and we look forward to reviewing this project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, moving on to Goshen master plan.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have the new district manager for the Goshen Irrigation District present to talk about this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kevin Strecker, manager for Goshen Irrigation.
Kevin, welcome, and like you've heard before, tell us about your project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like probably every irrigation district in the state, our infrastructure is over 100 years old and in disrepair, and our prior master plans focused mostly on replacing tile lines and burying open laterals. And so going forward, we'd like an updated master plan to emphasize the priorities of our major structures to prevent any failures and to go for funding for that.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions regarding the Goshen master plan? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And appreciate your traveling here.
Thank you.
Next, Sidon master plan.
Just let you go.
Your name, sir?
Yeah, with that when it's red. You're ready to talk.
Oh, you're the Mr. Sheriff.
There you go.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, honorable commissioners and honorable representatives and senators of the Select Water Commission. Thank you for hearing me. Yes, I'm I'm in a volunteer capacity here today, so I'm not on my day job. But we are very grateful for the opportunity to appear before you and for the work that you do for Wyoming citizens, and to protect this valuable resource of our water, which is obviously getting rarer. I'm the broken record. The Sidon Irrigation District it's a 35-mile irrigation district that serves about 14,000 acres of cropland and pasture lands in North Bighorn County on the west side of the Bighorn Mountains, just below the Montana border, just east of Park County. Like Park County, Teton County, and all the other counties probably in Wyoming, we are experiencing growth as it's coming down. We've seen Park County struggling with this. It's been 28 years since our last water study. We are working as a fairly young board to update, to be fiduciarily responsible for the monies which are given to us. With that 28 years since that study, materials have improved. We have dealt with some of our per acre cost. We are looking to try to do better on that. We have recently instituted a minimum acreage charge for the small user who just has 1 acre or those communities, and that has brought about $15,000 of revenue into our system, which we are working to utilize and upgrade. This study, given the fact that there have been material improvements, construction, engineering improvements since that 28-year time, we are trying to address the water loss studies. We're also trying to address more efficient usage of the water and delivery of the water in the various methods that would be made available to us for both the canal and the lateral usage. So those are some of our primary goals, not limited to natural habitat and the various other things that we could do to improve the living conditions of the people in our area. Thank you. I'd entertain questions.
Thank you, sir. And your first and last name one more time.
I apologize. Ken Blackburn.
Thank you, Ken. Are there questions regarding the Sidon master plan? Hearing no questions, thank you, and best wishes with your project, and thank you for coming all the way down here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and again, thank you for the work that you all do.
Now, next on the agenda is Tillard Canal Master Plan.
Mr. Chairman, I would point out while the sponsors coming down that this is one that they're a canal company at this point, not a legal entity. So,
And and please introduce yourselves.
Hello, my name is Cole Hill, and I'm the president of the Tillard Canal. We are.
I'm Chuck Bellaschini. I'm Cole's vice president.
Okay, great.
We are a company, and we are looking for being a public entity. We do have over about 1,000 acres with about 7 miles of canal. It's over 100 years old, and we need more improvements. Our pumps are portable and have been pretty hard to maintain over the last few years. We do want to improve on the pumps and improve the canal.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments for the Tillard Canal Master Plan? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, both of you. I was up there in your area touring this with you. I just was hoping you could explain to them exactly how difficult it is, what you do in the spring. You drag this whole beast over this riverside bed. Sometimes it could lose limb or life, I think, practically trying to get that water pumped up. And could you just tell them what you do for that?
Most I think most people here that are in irrigation will be familiar with what is called a chrysophyll pump. They are trailer mounted, large centrifugal pumps that are backed into the river at a predetermined time. The river comes up, you need to pull it back out. The river goes down, you need to move it forward, all the while dealing with 480 volts. These pumps have been rebuilt 1,000 times. And we heard about antiquated infrastructure earlier today. I think we've got about everybody beat. Is it 1914, Cole? They did the work, and they probably used the pumps then. And they're probably two of the very first chrysophyll pumps ever manufactured. So we have selfish objectives. We need an easier system to operate, but more holistically, we would like to make improvements that improve the reliability and the efficiency. As Cole said, we irrigate 1,000 acres. We probably are pulling more water out of the Bighorn River than really necessary. And we believe with some savvy engineering and design, we can catch those reliability and efficiency issues, all the while using less water out of the Bighorn River.
Mr. Chairman, I might point out that there's some pictures of those pumps on page 6 of that recommendation.
And we'd appreciate it if there's no belly laughs when you look at those pictures, because they're irrigating our crops as we speak.
Thank you. And Chairman Simpson, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So folks, you have 12 landowners inside of your irrigation company, 1,000 acres. Have you spoken to your landowners about the prospects of becoming a district, and how was that message received?
As you said, we have rather frequent canal board meetings on the advice from your staff commissioners and whatnot. We approached everyone about this. There wasn't a single resistant voice to that. Now, we don't understand everything that's involved, but as far as being leery of being taken over, I mean, if this group of 14 irrigators were to get some help on this, there's not going to be any resistance whatsoever to forming a public entity. Cole, did I overstep that?
No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for your information, the West Afton Irrigation Company is going through that process right now. They're about your same size. You might want to give them a call and communicate with them. They'll tell you exactly the challenges of forming a district and help you along.
Good question, Chairman Simpson. Are there any further questions? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion, or I'd entertain a motion for the whole group minus possibly one project.
Mr. Chairman, I will go ahead and move the first three then. Casper Alcova Irrigation District Master Plan, Goshen Irrigation District Master Plan, and Sidon Irrigation District Master Plan for approval.
We have a motion from Commissioner Little. Do we have a second? Second. We have a second from Commissioner Anselmi Dalton. Commissioner Suker. And that is for the approval of the Casper, Alcova, Goshen, and Sidon master plans. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion for approving those three projects passes. Now, let's consider the Tillard Canal Master Plan project.
Mr. Chairman, I will move acceptance of the Tillard Canal Master Plan, waiving the requirement or in our operating criteria for being a public entity.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? We have a second from Commissioner Choma. So the motion is to preliminary waive and maybe preliminary approve the Tillard Canal Master Plan project. And is there any further discussion on that?
Mr. Chairman, I do have some preliminarily, you say is based on what? On the legal entity aspect or?
The legal, I believe that's the legal entity aspect, but Interim Director, could you speak to that?
Mr. Chairman, these will all be considered along with the construction projects in November again to then go into the construction bill. So it's more or less a preliminary recommendation at this point.
Okay, but that one was based on
Not being a district.
not being a district. Okay, I'm fine then. Thank
Mr. I
you.
think the preliminary word was used in the other motions as well.
Yeah.
Preliminary,
Didn't have
it was a
anything to do with the
waiver,
district
preliminary. The message for the folks is this is moving ahead, but we have concerns out there on it being not a district. Is that correct?
Well, you have the authority through the criteria to waive that condition of being a district for the level 1. Of course, before they moved into a level 2, they would need to have that district form.
Mr. Chairman, the reason that these are every single one of these projects, regardless of whether they're a public or a private entity, is preliminary is because we do not have a dollar amount until after we go through consultant selection and get that. So the reason it's preliminarily is we're just saying that we're moving on through the process until we get to there, and then we get a dollar amount and we can throw it into the construction and planning bills.
If there are no further questions, and we've got the motions and the seconds. The blood sugar is running low here, so I approve. Okay, help me out.
All in favor?
All in favor of approving the exception for the Tillard Master Plan, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, approved. I am going to get a candy bar out of the back.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I believe Senator Hicks had a question.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and just an observation, when we have these situations where entities need to form a legal entity, I think we should provide them at least all the alternatives to accomplish that. You don't necessarily have to form an irrigation district. They could do a watershed improvement district, they could form a water conservancy district, or they could do an irrigation district. And particularly some of these smaller ones may want to pick one of those alternatives. They're all eligible to participate. I believe in water development programs. What I would hate to do is we direct them towards irrigation districts are under the jurisdiction of the district courts, and it's a little more arduous to form those than some of those other districts. At least that we would provide them the information that there is a range of alternatives for them instead of just directing them straight to an irrigation district. But that's just a suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. That's a good suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, I would note that that's in the recommendation about the level 1. We'll consider the alternatives for that entity formation, and we'll provide that information. So,
thank you. Moving on to the last block. These are the level 2 feasibility projects. Cody Canal Rehabilitation.
Mr. Chairman, we have Jerry Bales. As you'll see or hear, several of these projects are up on the Shishon River, experiencing quite a few issues with sediment. I'll just hand it over to Jerry to speak more about it.
Thank you. I'm Jerry Bales, Manager, Cody Canal Irrigation District. Thanks for your consideration today, taking the time to hear us. What has happened is a lot of this has come forward to us through the lower Shoshone studies that have been done and the return flow sediments and some of this stuff that's attributing to lower Shoshone issues. So that's where we were approached by those individuals, and that's kind of why we're moving forward with this study to see what we can do to improve our efficiencies, if there's any options to minimize or reduce sediments that return back into the Shoshone River directly. Had it not been for Buffalo Bill Reservoir, they'd have the sediments on their own anyway. But we take out above the reservoir and discharge some extras down below. Through this also, we're looking at possibilities, re-regulation reservoirs, improving our automation system, looking at some of our laterals that dump directly back into the into the river, maybe piping them, doing some things to try to reduce the sediment. One other thing that through this other study, they kind of come up with is we use Sage Creek as one of our main corridors for like a mile and a half. We dump into it up higher and take it out down lower. And, they're saying there's been, with this flow, increase in flow, that there's more erosion than what would be naturally there. It's kind of an interesting statement when we've been there for over 100 years doing it that way, but I guess it's time to look forward. So that would be the possibility of some of our laterals and figuring out maybe a way to do a larger diversion some other way. I don't know. We're just throwing out ideas, and hopefully this study can come up with some answers, or see if some of them are just pipe dreams or some of them are realistic value. So I would entertain any questions.
Thank you, Jerry. Are there any questions regarding this project? The Cody Canal Rehabilitation. Hearing none, thank you for driving all the way down. I toured that project, and you guys are doing good work up there, and I know that you're looking to work with the Lakeview District also on certain issues. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Highland Rehabilitation withdrawn. That's Pinedale. We have a gentleman here from that district. Go. Yeah. Oh, okay, Lakeview. Okay, we'll go right into Lakeview. State your name for the record, sir.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm J.D. Radakovich, President of Lakeview Irrigation District. My day job is manage the Hoodoo Ranch up in Cody, Wyoming.
Okay, great. Can you tell us about your project?
Well, I don't want to waste your time by parroting what Jerry said, considering that we're up against the lunch pair, almost identical to Jerry with Cody Canal. In addition to that, we're looking for efficiencies between the two canal systems. We take water out of the South Fork of Shoshone River about 17 miles upriver from where Cody Canal does. And we drop water into Cody Canal, and the end of our ditch, end of the canal drops water into Sulphur Creek, which then runs into the lower Shoshone below Buffalo Bill Reservoir. So a lot of the same issues. We're looking to see where we can work together for projects and just to increase efficiency in the system overall.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the Lakeview District? I will say, I toured this project, and both districts are working very closely together, and we always encourage that as Select Water and the Commission. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for driving down here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, Shoshone GW Supply and Transmission.
Mr. Chairman, on the Shoshone groundwater supply, I just mentioned, and you'll see there's a note. We did receive this application shortly after the March 1st deadline. I'll let that explanation come from them, but I think there was good reason for it. And considering COVID and the various things this year, I'd ask for your leniency on this consideration, but don't want to make it a habit, but in this case, I think it's legitimate.
Okay, sir, state your name for the record and tell us about your project.
Yes.
I'm on. It's Joel Highsmith. I'm the mayor of Shoshone. One of the, what's bringing this to, we had our master plan. I don't know if you remember 3 years ago when we had a water line break. We was on K2. We had, the whole town was under bottled water. The line is broken in the past, but at this particular moment, we had a sort of a backup well that we could turn to, but we were replacing the pump on it, so we couldn't, so it drained our tank. So we had negative pressure inside our water lines. So we had to super flush and everything, and go through a bunch of testing for it before we could even allow the community to use water. But this has been a problem in the past, and that's something we need to, I think we need to address that. That's try to figure out the problem. That's one of the, that was one of the driving points. When I first became mayor, I know our director of public works said we have water line issues. So our level 1 was, first thing, really that I did as mayor. And then right after we applied for that, we had the water line break and it looked like I knew what I was doing. But I have also online, I have Chris Kojai, who's our chief of police, treasurer, and town clerk. And he can answer some number of questions, and he can also discuss why we got our application in late. Chris?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, we appreciate your coming down here, and are there any questions for the town of Shoshone? Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would appreciate hearing from Mr. Chris Kojai as to the reason for their application coming in late. I'm sure there were extenuating circumstances. It has been a crazy year for all of us, a few years, so we just would like to hear the explanation for the commission.
And Chris is online, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for having me here. So the initial application, we were working with our engineer on what we could go to level 3 with. And then it was decided, right?
Excuse me, sir. Just speak up rather loudly because we have a hard time hearing.
Certainly. So I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. The reason for the lateness on the application was initially we were looking at with our engineer on the level 1 what we could move to level 3 with. And right before the end of February, the decision was made that we need to go to level 2 because of the complexities of some of the issues that we're facing. And while I was getting that prepared, I was down in Wham and I got fairly sick and I immediately got tested for COVID and I was positive. So I had to go into quarantine. Also our town hall, my chief deputy clerk who could have facilitated a lot of that to get it on time, she was actually out with an injury. So I was left with a newly hired temporary employee that was manning town hall in the absence of the administration. So there was no feasible way I could get that in. I did contact the director of WWDC the very next day after it was due and alerted them. And then I heard back on the 9th and I did get it submitted. So that was the reason for the lateness on that. And I have nobody else who I could call in to complete that process and get all the numbers and everything into the application.
Thank you, sir. Are there further questions? Hearing none, thank you for your participation driving down here, and we appreciate the multiple hats that folks in small towns have to wear. Good work.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman, committee members, representatives, senators. Appreciate what you're doing down here for us. And yeah, we're small, so we don't have as much backup. It's like UW. The first 5 might be pretty good. Sometimes there's 6 or 7, but we don't have what Kentucky's bench strength is.
Yeah.
Yeah, just saying.
You're just saying.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Director, Mr. Chairman, do we have to approve it separately just to waive the, saying it's okay that we waive the time, or do we still kind of approve them as a grant block?
Mr. Chairman, I think you can just prove it as a grant block.
The Upper Sunshine Outlet Works Rehabilitation Project.
We have Michelle Linhart here representing Grable Valley Irrigation District.
Hi, I'm Melissa Lenhart from Grable Valley Irrigation District in Park County.
Thank you. Melissa, could you tell us about your project?
We have 3 reservoirs, and our one above Matitsi, the upper one, is like 90 some years old. And so my board wants to start rehabbing the outlet before there's an issue, and we have to do it in an emergency situation. We rehabbed the diversion in 2013, so we figured it was time to start that project.
Great. Are there any questions for Grable? Well, we hope the emergencies can be taken care of and we can help out with that. Thanks for coming down here and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And then we will, Willwood Rehabilitation.
I won't butcher another name, so I'll just let them introduce themselves.
My name is Travis Mulger. I'm manager of Willwood Irrigation.
I'm Troy Pimentel, chairman of the board of Willwood Irrigation District.
Thank you guys for having us.
So Travis and Troy, tell us your story.
All right, so we decided to do a level 2 feasibility study. Due to the last studies we had, on our dam was 2009 and our canal system was 2015. So we thought we better get more current with actual prices and a dated timeline of getting projects done. Like mentioned with other people, I mean, we have a lot of aging critical infrastructure in our system that are nearly 100 years old. So we need to do a lot of updates, and the feasibility of the dam, because it's right at 100 years old. I mean, we want to see if it's feasible to even do the work on the dam or look into maybe replacing it.
Or an alternative, I don't know if you're familiar with the area, but the Shishon River is fairly dirty. And so you have a 60-foot high dam, and lo and behold, you collect a lot of sediment behind it. I'm sure you're all familiar with our spill in 16, 17. And yeah, that had probably 50, 60 years of accumulation. I can't remember what the estimate of how many 1,000 cubic yards went through. But with our Willwood working group, they've done a number of bathymetric studies. Have they put a finger on? I think the annual load is maybe estimated at 50,000 to 80,000 cubic yards. And we can't pass it all, obviously, due to constraints. So before we spend a bunch of money on fixing a dam that has its imperfections, that would be part of this study too. We'd see if there's an alternative low dam site, that would solve that problem. Otherwise, we are with the working group too. We have come up with some recommendations that we can actually function and not destroy the fishery below. So, we'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions for the Willwood project?
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question about the location of that. I see Bighorn, but where Bighorn County and Park, but where's the actual dam?
The dam's located in Park County, about, I can't remember exact mileages from Cody to Willwood Dam. We're about, I think 4 miles downriver from Corbett Dam, which is
Shishon project.
For Shishon project, and then it's another probably 10 miles to Buffalo Bill, maybe from Corbett.
So you south of Cody or south?
North.
North, okay.
North and east.
And what major stream are you on, or river? Shishon River?
We're on the Shishon, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, are there further questions? Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this is probably more for the director, maybe for you. Just, I mean, I know the Prell is a bigger dam, obviously, but are we gonna have the same issues if we try to move the dam, or we're gonna get stuck in this quagmire of bureaucrats and federal government operatives saying, oh, let's analyze the historic structure, let's go through all this hell? I mean, just give us some feeling of calm with respect to this.
Well, I think the hope of, I mean, this is like a moonshot, the alternative dam site, but I think the last, the dam rehab study of 2009, we had just sort of updated it for inflation before we have the inflation we've had the last year. And it was, I think, $12 or $13 million to just rehab the dam. And so I think it was sort of floated, you know, I don't think you have to go into great depth, but I mean, you might just look and see if it is even possible, because you eliminate the sediment problem with a low dam. But so I think it'd be responsible to at least look at it, but I couldn't talk about the quagmire, but I guess that's part of the feasibility study, because that might be a reason not to do it even. But I mean, I think it's responsible to actually, this would be a great time to find out that, you know, you could do it, because operationally it would, I mean, right now, I mean, one of these days we'll have an idiot running the place. And you got a 60, we don't now, but we might someday. So, you know, if you had a lower dam, you might not have to worry about a spill, you know, so that's a thought. You know.
All right.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to set your mind at ease, but when we're dealing with waters of the US, we can expect red tape all the time. Reclamation has been involved in this conversation for many years, and the sediment buildup behind Willwood. So we hope, you know, they have some understanding when we get to a solution here, but you know, the NEPA process is the NEPA process.
Travis and Troy, thank you for traveling down here, and we look forward to reviewing the Willwood project.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
With that, we're at the end of that block. Do we hear a motion?
I, Lisa Anselmi Dalton, move to preliminarily approve all 2023 Level 2 feasibility study Account 2 rehabilitation projects.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none. That block is approved. Chairman Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So legislators, these 16 projects will be advanced in the commission this fall, and then we will actually write the legislation. This will be the Water Omnibus Bill, Planning Bill is the one that will come out of these 16 projects. So this winter, prior to the session, we'll be writing this bill and putting it together. So this is really good for you to hear this narrative and to meet these people, so that when during the session, during debate, if someone raises questions on any of these projects, you're going to be in a position to answer those. Director, I've got a request from you on the Upper Sunshine Outlet Works rehab. Would you please have your staff include Grable ID somewhere in that title? It helps us a lot when we get down the road if we have a better identifier on that. Appreciate that. And I've noticed there are no watershed studies. 16 projects is a significant uptick. We've had 7, 8, 9 for the last 2 or 3 years. So that's encouraging that our communities and our water districts are applying to our agency and proceeding forward. But no watershed studies. Does that mean they're over? Have we completed all of them?
Sounds like we're close.
That's great. Good. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, this is a good segue. So we will be starting those consultant selection processes, advertisements for letters of interest, statements, qualifications within the next 2 weeks, and then we'll go through the process. October meeting, we'll approve the consultants that win those particular projects, and we'll have dollar amounts that we can then bring to the November meeting for these 16 projects.
Thank you. We're ready to move on to UW Office of Water Programs, fiscal year 23-24.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, this stems from the omnibus planning bill, I believe, from last year. If you recall, there was approval of $175,000 to fund the UW Office of Water Programs. So this under tab L is just simply that MOU between the parties with that dollar amount in it. So we'd ask for your favorable consideration of that. He is online. If we can prevent him from having to talk, we might be able to speed this up a little bit. Nothing against you, Steve. No comment.
Mr. Kerr, would you please give us your thoughts?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Water Development Commissioners, Select Water Committee. I'm Greg Kerr, Director of the Office of Water Programs at the University of Wyoming. It's good to see all of you, even though it's virtually. As Director Mead indicated, the MOU is for our administrative and coordination program for the Office of Water Programs, which was approved by Commission Select Water last year, gone through the legislature, and be happy to answer any questions for that. Simply the MOU, we can continue our program. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Kerr?
Mr. Chairman, I did have one. I think it was quite a while ago, last fall, or at one of our meetings, I kind of requested a budgetary breakdown of where those dollars go and how they were spent. Did we ever get that?
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I believe previous director sent that out to everyone in an email.
I apparently missed that, which could be possible, very possible. Anyway, what I'd like to do, if we have it again, I would like to look at that appropriation.
Mr. Chairman, I can find that email and resend it to the commission.
Thank you.
Good question, Commissioner Suker. Are there further questions for Mr. Kerr? Hearing none, I entertain a motion to, whoops, I'm sorry. Yes, I was just about to do that. Commissioner, or Chairman Simpson, I turn the mic over to you.
It's kind of stressful being the chairman, isn't it?
Well, it's been a long morning.
Select Water Committee members, I would entertain a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Wyoming Water Development Commission and the University of Wyoming for the Office of Research and Economic Development. Recommend approval is the motion I'm looking for.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we recommend the approval of this memorandum.
Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded that we approve the memorandum of understanding between the Water Development Commission and the University of Wyoming. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson. We'll pass that recommendation on to the Water Development Commission. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I so approve that we, or move approval of the Office of Water Programs MOU.
Thank you, Commissioner Little. Do we hear a second? Commissioner Lawson seconds. There was a motion to approve the MOU for water programs at the UW. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next. Water research program.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just hand it over to Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. This year, we have 2 items on the agenda under the water research program. One is the approval of the MOU for 2 projects that were selected and approved for funding last year. Those are in the MOU. We've also included a short background information on the water research program that hopefully will give just some brief information for those of you who are new to both the commission and the select water that are not real familiar with the water research program. It is, as stated in the background, it's a cooperative program. The water research program we leverage with the federal USGS, the University of Wyoming, and the state of Wyoming through the Wyoming Water Development Commission in order to do basically items that are listed on there. First, support and coordinate research relative to important water resource problems, issues in the state of Wyoming. We support the training of scientists and students in relevant water resource fields, and we promote and disseminate application of those water-related research findings to both government entities and public on a regular basis. We also listed on there is a short schedule of how our program operates. Well, in that schedule, we're currently in the April timeframe that's listed at the top of that schedule, where our advisory committee has put together our fiscal year 23 RFP that will be presented. But first, I believe on the agenda is listed the MOU for the 2 projects that were approved last year for your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Are there questions for Mr. Kerr? Hearing none, Chairman Simpson, I'll turn the microphone and the meeting over to you.
Thank you. You're doing great. Select Water Committee, I'm looking for a motion to recommend approval for the memorandum of understanding between the Wyoming Water Development Commission and the University of Wyoming Office of Research and Economic Development. Got a motion and a second to that effect. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson. And we'll turn that recommendation back to the Water Development Commission. What are your thoughts on this? And do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I will go ahead and make another motion then.
Great.
To accept the MOU for the UW Water Research Program.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Secondly, under the water research program, as I'd mentioned, the advisory committee develop the fiscal year 23 RFP. That's included in your notebooks. And in that RFP, we have 5 individual main topics of interest for issues that different agencies, both state and federal, would like to see addressed. Within those main 5 topics, there are numerous subtopics and areas that are concerns that these agencies and issues in the state are dealt with on a continuous basis. You might note that many of these topics are the same topics from last year, as those particular areas were not funded or were funded and felt that continually needed information for inclusion in the RFP. So if you look at the 5 main topics, we once again have protecting public health, with main areas underneath that for waterborne pathogens, nutrients, and one that's becoming, I hate to say popular, but issue all over the country is antibiotic pollution in our waters. The second one is understanding and responding to future change in hydrologic variability, with basic topics underneath that that are of importance to all of the individual advisory committee members. Continued from last year. Our third one is enhanced stream flow estimation and water supply forecasting. Lost track in my notebook. Also, we have dam operation and sediment management and transport. That in particular, last year we had a couple of proposals that looked at dealing with Willwood and working with the work groups on Willwood, the issues there, but also issues that apply to dams and reservoirs all over the state of Wyoming. So that one is a big issue that's once again in our RFP. And the last one, investigating the hydrologic and physical effects of voluntary fallowing of fields. That particular one was brought back in as our 5th one this year. And it has a main emphasis with the Wyoming State Engineer's Office. And so that one is back in with subtopics also. So in the essence of time, those are our main topics that we're looking at for the RFP. Does anyone have questions on our RFP or?
Thank you, Mr. Kerr.
comments?
Chairman Simpson.
Greg, I've got a couple of questions for you, but I want to make sure that everyone's on board and understanding what we're doing here. So each year, it's customary for us to fund a couple university studies where professors and their graduate students submit proposals to us. We select the ones that we like, and then we fund those for Office of Research. Now, so what Greg is doing is he's presenting these ideas to us. Now, we need to look at those ideas and determine if we like them or if there's a new idea that you want to have in the request for proposals to receive potential proposals from professors and possibly others that might want to participate in this program. So that's what we're doing, is looking at the titles of what him and his team is presenting to us as being viable studies for the University of Wyoming. Now, Greg, you reached down to number 5, but I'm sorry if I'm not adding them up right. Did you cover all 5 of them?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going back through my sheet because I lost track of my sheets on the notebook.
Did you do enhanced
Protecting
stream?
public health was a main topic. Dam operation and sediment management and transport was number 2. Investigating the hydrologic and physical effects of volunteer fallowing of fields, number 3. Understanding and responding to future change in hydrologic variability, number 4. And enhanced stream flow estimation and water supply forecasting.
Very good, Mr. Chairman. I'm satisfied now. Thank you, Greg.
Sorry, I had things turned around there, Mr. Chair.
Interim Director, do we need any approval on this, or is this just informational?
Mr. Chairman, I believe both bodies, excuse me, I can't talk. Must be that sugar thing again. Both bodies need to approve the RFP, I believe. Greg, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct.
With that, Chairman Simpson?
Abigail, need your help here. Why do they need a recommendation from us on approving a request for proposals?
Mr. Chairman, I'll defer to Barry on this one.
Mr. Lawrence, could you help us understand why we take action as the legislators?
Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, Select Water, yes. Several years ago, and I happen to remember, Select Water asked that they be more involved in the process and asked to review that RFP.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, knowing that we asked to do it. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was my understanding that we chose the ones we wanted to send out for the RFP and chose the order in which our priority existed or added others to that. I think last year we added things, the lithium one was not even on the list, and I can't remember if the other one was or not, but I think this is our opportunity to decide what we would like them to study. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So if I may, Greg, could you catch, I remember us adding topics and subtracting topics last year, but I didn't remember prioritizing. Greg, you need to send the RFP out with all projects in the playing field, don't you, in order to get the proposals?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. We've not had a priority order on our RFP in the past. You are correct that we did add the lithium topic to the RFP last year, and one of the proposals that were submitted for that area was funded, and that was what was signed in the MOU.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, really, it's up to the entire body to ask. The question is, are there other topics you think is important that ought to be included here?
I guess groundwater is always an interest. I don't know if that, I don't have a groundwater project in front of me, or maybe we've already studied that issue. Just throwing out a suggestion. Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With so much discussion in regards to the connection or lack of connection between surface and groundwater, would that not be something that maybe we could look at the university looking into and giving us some determination or some insight into that? Because we're listening to a lot of discussion in that regard, and there's a lot of lack of clarity in that. So I would suggest that as a subject as well.
Mr. Kerr, what are your thoughts on that scope of project? The
Mr.
connection
Chairman,
between surface and ground.
we have a very diverse research area that we look at when we put out the RFP. Mainly in the RFP, the items that come in from various state and the federal agency are topics that are critical to what they try to do with the state for management of water in the states of Wyoming. And the topics that we look at research only. We try not to get into anything that could be dealt with on a consulting basis because we don't compete with consultants in the state of Wyoming. So are the research topics, and if we narrow those topics down to where, well, let me put it this way. There aren't faculty members at the University of Wyoming that are either experts or willing to look at every aspect that we put into the RFP. So we make it broad under our certain topics that we feel are important to the state. We have had groundwater, surface water interaction specific projects, and those deal with produced waters in the past. So we have had projects, not that there isn't a critical need for that, but if we have something specific that we can put in the RFP that narrows it down to faculty members that are interested in that area and willing to participate, we're better off in doing that rather than just something broad, give us some information.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Further thoughts? It seems to me that the surface, what happens on the surface and that connection with the groundwater is an important issue for all of our communities. I was up in the Cody area, you have subdivisions going in and wells going dry and septic tanks going in, and there's a lot of connection there. It may be more of a consultant issue, but if there, maybe something to look into is there a study in that topic? Just, I'm, looking for support on that, or, yes.
Greg, if we added this topic, do you need us to take away one of the existing 5, or can you handle 6?
Mr. Chairman, we can put all of the topics in there that you would like. I think if we have a need for groundwater, surface water interaction, and we're more specific, we would have better results on, in essence, attacking a specific problem. There's been many studies, not only at the University of Wyoming, but other universities that have looked at groundwater, surface water interaction. I think where we have a need, if there is a specific need, it's better that we address that type of specific need in the state. So if we're looking at septic systems and the results of septic systems, on groundwater, surface water interaction there, then maybe we could direct it towards something like that.
Senator Nyman.
Representative Nyman, if that's okay.
Representative.
We'll see how that works down the road if that happens. I guess to be more specific in that, could we maybe identify it as forest management in relation to downstream flow and, surface flows? Would that be more specific? I mean, would it be something that they could research impacts of forest management on downstream flow? And how that would affect surface as well as ground flow or groundwaters.
Mr. Chairman, there have been studies that have dealt with that. Many studies. And so I don't quite know how to address that unless we would be more specific on if we want to look at forest management in a specific area, or are there problems in an area, or just general information on that. I think a topic like that, if we had some type of literature review to see what information is available, it would direct us more into a specific area of need.
Chairman Simpson.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're struggling. I think we have conceptual ideas, but I don't think we're in a position to put it down in this length of detail today. And so I'm going to recommend we proceed with the 5 that we have that's brought to us from Mr. Kerr's committee, and then put some more thought into it. And next year we can come up with some specific ideas that would be more, better for Greg to be able to manage. So I'm going to recommend we proceed with the 5. Does anyone have any objections to that before we call for a vote? Okay. I am going to call for a vote then. Select Water Committee, I'm looking for a motion to recommend approval for the subject matters, the 5 topics that have been laid out in the request for proposals from the University of Wyoming Office of Water Programs, Water Research Program.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson. That recommendation goes to us. What are your thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend approval of the 5 subject matters laid out in the RFP by the University of Wyoming Office of Water Programs.
Thank you, Commissioner Anselmi Dalton. And Commissioner Suker, thank you for the second. I think we all understand the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Interim Director.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next agenda item under tab D, or I'm sorry, N, are the construction project closeout memos, and I'll hand it over to Bill Brewer, the Deputy Director of Construction.
Chairman, Commission, and Select Water. Last week I added an additional one that made it in the back, so it is in N in the back, but it did not make the little sub-bullet here, so apologize for that. But the first closeout memo for construction is the Gillette Regional Extensions Phase 2 project. This was for the city of Gillette. This brought in both the 8 Mile Improvement and Service District and the Stone Gates Improvement and Service District into that regional system. This was managed by Brian Clerkin, but it was closed out by Solbridge after Brian retired. The original appropriation for this project was a little over $2.2 million for a 67% grant. The remaining of the funding was covered by the city of Gillette from capital facilities tax, to bring us to a little over a $3.3 million funding project. The city of Gillette chose to break this project up and award it individually. So HDR was the engineer for the 8 Mile project, and Dowell was the engineer for the Stone Gates project. You can see what charges they had there. For the construction, it was bid separately. However, Hot Iron Incorporated was the successful bidder for both projects. The 8 Mile project came in a little over $1.1 million in construction costs, and the Stone Gates project came in around $660,000. And then there was also about $90,000 in miscellaneous costs, which was primarily easements. The final project cost was $2.4 million, of which approximately $1.6 million was funded by the Water Development Commission, and we will be reverting $669,593.84 back into account one. Any questions on the Gillette project?
Are there any questions? Hearing none?
Okay. Next project is the Hanover Irrigation District Cottonwood Spill Check Replacement 2018 project. This is for the Hanover Irrigation District. This was for the design and construction of a spill check structure along their canals. The project manager was Solbrich. This was originally funded as a 6733 grant loan project like normal. They were able to obtain a BOR Smart Water or Water Smart grant afterwards. So only our grant was used in the end. So those percentages showing on the top of this are what we ultimately paid, but it was originally funded at a 67% grant, 33% loan. Engineering was completed by Western Heritage. The construction was completed by Copper Mountain Irrigation LLC. We had no miscellaneous costs in this project. So the final project cost came in at a little over $645,000. Water Development's funding share of that was $277,000, $380 grant. And we will be reverting what was the loan amount of $136,620. So this project is complete and functional and has been closed out. Any questions on the Hanover project?
Are there questions? Hearing none. Next.
Okay. Next project is the Wheatland Irrigation District Tunnel Dam Rehab. This was for the Wheatland Irrigation District. And this was initially resurfacing repairs and other repairs for the district's tunnel dam. It got a little more extensive as they started doing work and realized that it needed more than just resurfacing. This project was primarily managed by Brian Clerkin before his retirement and closed out by Larry Mello, who is the new one of our new project managers. The original appropriation was a little over $6 million grant and a little over a $4 million loan. I'm sorry, $4 million. Total project was a little over $6 million. The grant was a little over $4 million. The loan was a little under $2 million. Wank Associates was the engineer for the project. Dietzler Construction performed the construction on this project. There were some claims on this project through the irrigation district. Those claims were settled out of court, I believe, and separate. So there was additional funds spent on this project above what Water Development loaned and granted on this project. And those funds, those additional costs were covered by the irrigation district. We were not privy to those final settlement amounts of what they paid. So I don't have an exact number of what the project cost. I could probably dig into that if you really desire, but they'd prefer not to say how they settled. In the end, the project is complete and closed out and is functioning as desired. Any questions on this Wheatland project?
Excuse me. Any questions? Hearing none.
Thank you. The next project is the Hart Mountain Irrigation District Rehab 2017 project for the Hart Mountain Irrigation District. This was converting open ditch to pipe, and ultimately through change of management, and technically I was the project manager on this. Jeffrey Kaiser closed it out after my promotion. Through change of management at the irrigation district, they came in for this project and completed the first lateral. However, upon review of their structures, they decided the second two laterals that were part of this project weren't as critical as they originally thought they were, and they wanted to work on other portions of the irrigation district ahead of this. And so they kind of put this to the back burner, and eventually got to the point where they're like, there's other priorities we have at this point. These laterals aren't that critical. So they constructed one of the 3 laterals, did not reconstruct the other 2 laterals at this point in time. So their plan was to revert these funds, and in the future, my understanding, quite a ways out, they may come back, but they've got other priorities that they need to work on right now. So ultimately, they paid the full cost for the engineering on this project. It was Sage Civil Engineering did the work, or did the engineering. Bighorn Truck and Equipment supplied the materials. This was a materials-only grant. They had about $5,000 miscellaneous costs. So ultimately, they spent a little under $39,000 rehabbing one of 3 canals, and they're reverting $371,000 plus to this program, with plans to work on other portions of their project. Any questions on the Heart Mountain project?
Further questions? Hearing none?
Next project is the Midvale Irrigation District Rehab 2019 for the Midvale Irrigation District. This project again was to replace open ditch with PVC pipe on 2 lateral segments. Original appropriation was $559,000 for 100% materials only grant. The engineering was completed by Apex Surveying, and that was 100% paid for by the district. The construction was completed by Ferguson and Copper Mountain Irrigation. And again, this is another one where change of management within the district. They completed the design and construction of lateral 5 Mile A. However, they determined that the lateral 5 mile, and get my stuff, again, is not a priority at this time for the irrigation system. So they ultimately spent a little over $258,000, and they're reverting $300,000 for that second canal that they will look at some point in the future, and work on other higher priority areas at this time. So any questions on the Midvale project?
Seeing no questions?
You. Last closeout of the day is the Pioneer Transmission Pipeline Project. This is outside of Casper, Wyoming, is where the Pioneer Water Development System is. Original appropriation was a little over $1.2 million grant at 67%. And they obtained an SRF loan for the remaining 33%. 609 Consulting Engineering performed the engineering on this project. 71 Construction did the construction on the project. And there was about $16,000 in miscellaneous costs, which were primarily easements. Final project cost came in at $2.6 million, which was over the original total project budget. Wyoming Water Development participated in $1.1 million of that, and other funding. Yeah, something not adding up here. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. The final project cost also included ineligible items. So the funding I'm showing for water development is only our portion of the eligible funding, but the overall project was more than the eligible amount. So in this case, we are still reverting about $107,000 to account 1. Any questions specifically for Pioneer? Okay, and just as a quick summary, if you weren't doing the math quickly, that results in reverting about $777,000 to account 1 and about $808,000 to account 2. Okay, and that is the construction closeout memos.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. Moving on.
So item number 15 under tab O is an amendment to the project agreement with Gillette for the Gillette Madison Pipeline Project, and I'll let Bill explain that real quickly.
So last fall, during our normal September 1 deadlines, the city of Gillette came in and requested a 2-year extension on the Gillette Madison Pipeline Project. We initiated processing that project time extension to go 2-year time extension. However, this project is primarily funded with abandoned mine lands funds at this point in time. And as we move forward with looking at a 2-year extension, we realized we only had 1 year left with our Department of Environmental Quality for those funds. So I initiated a request to get a time extension with DEQ, and they initiated the extension to realize that they only had 1 year left on their with AML, with the state AML. So they initiated their time extension and realized there was only 1 year left on the federal AML. So long story short or not, eventually we went all the way up through DC, got an extension on the AML money, backed all that down to us. So we have a 2-year extension on this AML money, and therefore we are now bringing forward this 2-year extension to the city of Gillette now that that funding is secured. So like I said, there's several, this is amendment number 9 within this project. This is a time extension only at this time, extending the completion of the project through July 1 of 2024. And I would request that the commission consider moving this forward for extension.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. Is there any discussion or questions for Mr. Brewer on this? Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Amendment 9 to the project agreement, Gillette Madison Pipeline Project.
Thank you, Commissioner Cayley.
Second.
Commissioner Little, thank you. And is there further discussion on this amendment? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
State Engineer Office update.
Mr. Chairman, I was just texting, and I wasn't texting to be rude, but State Engineer Brandon Gebhardt got sidetracked. He's got a meeting with the governor that's going to last until 1. So there's a possibility he could come in after lunch and provide an update as another option, or wait until the next meeting, or whatever your pleasure might be, but he's tied up currently.
We may want to hear that update, so it may be best to hear that after lunch.
Okay, sounds good. I'll communicate that to him, and we'll try to get him in here. I'm sure he'll be here for the interim topics anyway. Okay, with that, the next agenda item is just future meeting schedule under tab P. There have been no changes since our last discussion. We're still planning for August 17th through the 19th out in Afton for our workshop, summer tour, and meeting. So unless there's any questions on that, I have no further comments on the meeting schedule. And then the only other thing under discussion, so yesterday we had I shouldn't say short, an all-day long commission orientation where we kind of did a Water Development 101 for the commission at their request. And as part of that, I was asking them if they would be willing to go to an e-notebook rather than us making hard copies for everybody at every meeting, because they tend to be 300, 400, 500 pages long. We spend a lot of money and time on that. And we do have, at least for the commission, I think we could probably round up Chromebooks or small laptop computers and have those set up for our commission meetings for our commission to be able to view the e-notebook during the meetings. And I believe that the Select Water Committee has that ability as well. So I'm kind of just trying to take a poll if everybody might be willing to try that out and save some paper and work off a e-notebook instead of a hard copy in the future. So discussion.
Is there any discussion on that? Paper versus electronics?
And I know there was a question yesterday about, flipping to the right tab, and those PDFs are set up in a way we can help everybody out for those that aren't as computer savvy as others, where you can look at the bookmarks and go right to a project. So it's probably actually going to be easier than trying to follow along on some of these, because a lot of times we have 3, 4, 5 different things under one tab, and you're trying to figure out how many pages back does the next project start. So we can make it as easy as possible. And if those, again, that aren't familiar with that stuff, we can sit down with you and help you through it. And I'm sure after a couple times, it'll be second nature. So,
Chairman Simpson?
Director Mead, these books are wonderful, but I can only imagine how much effort goes into preparing these every single time. And we get redundance. I mean, every time we cover the projects, we take them to the next step and it's the same information. I encourage us to go electronic, and let's move into that phase and try to save a lot of money.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The only thing I'd request maybe, Jason, is if we could, at least for me, if we could just have the agenda printed out on the table, just because that's the one thing I think I would find helpful to flip back and forth for a computer versus going agenda and back and forth, rather than me scrolling back to say, oh, have we finished all 5 of the things? That would be the one thing I'd ask for.
Mr. Chairman, we'll try to be cognizant of that and kind of think through the logistics of each meeting. If there's more than just the agenda, we might print out a couple of things. Just, yeah, that makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, I guess a question I'd have is if somebody's attending the meeting on Zoom, I think Senator Hicks summed it up this morning, that switching back and forth between the e-copies and the Zoom picture, I've never figured out how to do it. Is that doable, or do we need a second computer to be looking at that file as well as being on Zoom?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. It's possible, when in our offices, we have 2 monitors, so it's easy to have one thing open on one and one on the other. And I understand not everybody has that capability. I know that Zoom can stay open in the background and you can hear what's going on. You might not be able to see people, obviously, if you have your e-notebook up, but you should still be able to communicate through the computer. Those that like to see people speaking and try to look at their e-notebook at the same time, that might cause a bit of an issue.
Does anybody object to the change? Sounds good.
Okay, well, we'll give that a try. Maybe at the August meeting. We'll decide about that because August meeting's in Afton. So either at the August meeting, of course, November meeting's in Casper. So we'll see what we can do on the first try.
Interim Director Mead, there was one issue that came up after the meeting last night that I think at least warrants some looking into, and I know it's been a policy of the past. We have some members that travel quite some distance, and the potential of flying remote folks to the meeting, using the state airplane to transport folks. It's a question. I'm just throwing it out there. But if we could just, research that, it has been done in the past, and there may be a way that it's a savings. It may not be, but it was a topic that came up, and I'm just moving that forward. Just throwing it out there.
Okay, we will look into what that would entail and report back to you.
Let us know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sounds good. With that, we came to the end of the Water Development Commission agenda, so.
So, Mr. Chair, do we not adjourn just because we have to wait for the director's report? Do we just leave it open?
Mr. Chairman, and I don't know if everybody plans to stay, but I would say maybe just drop it off the agenda and then it can be unofficial or added to your guys' agenda.
We'd like to add it to our agenda. And you folks are welcome to come back. You're always welcome to stay, or otherwise, if you're hitting the road, you can actually pull it up on YouTube and listen to the state engineer's report on the way home.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask, is that recorded so they could go back and listen to it if they don't want to listen to
is
it going down the
recorded,
road? So
yes.
you could always go back and listen to it
At
as
home
well.
tomorrow, you can watch it as well.
Off the Select Water Committee website in there.
With that,
Mr. Chairman, I would move to adjourn.
Oh. Sorry. We're in a joint meeting, and so you folks are welcome to slip out anytime you want to, but we just are going to take a lunch break and come back, so.
Mr. Chairman, I would say the commission would adjourn, but
That's
I'm
fine.
not an attorney. I don't know.
okay,
Mr. Chairman, I would move to adjourn with, and I also add that we would go ahead and skip the agenda item, the engineer's report.
and that's just the commission adjourning.
Correct.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Suker. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Select Water Committee members, I'd like you back here in 55 minutes at 1:45. We'll resume at 1:45. And we probably have an hour and a half